So the second of two of the World Tour events in the space of 24 hours comes to you from Charlotte Motor Speedway, the World 600 on Glacier TV, and our all-star broadcasting crew here today. Will Vincent, joined alongside by Yoni Bachman, Jonathan Goke, and Randy Crosno. Hello to you all.
Hey, what's going on?
Nope.
So earlier on today, Young O won the third annual iRacing Indianapolis 500 top split, coming home from Tim Doyle in the second position and Ryan Norton rounding out your podium. More than 700 drivers raced in the third annual iRacing Indianapolis 500 earlier on today, and now it is a turn of the NASCARs. 600 miles, 400 laps of the Charlotte Motor Speedway. And guys, I know this track oh so well, racing it so often in the IndyCar, but the NASCAR tin tops, very different type of car, very different, handling techniques, but the endurance element remains throughout this race.
No doubt. It is an extremely long race, and it'll test your patience and your mental ability to stay focused the whole time. It's a challenge.
So we're going to take the time now to run through your grid. On the pole position, none other than the DWC reigning champion, Ray Afala in the number one machine. Lining up alongside him in row number one, Nick Ottinger, qualifying in the second position with a qualifying time of a 27.971. Then in row number two, on the inside, Dylan DeVal, alongside him, Brandon Schmidt. In row number three, Simon Crockhart and Tyler D. Hudson. And then in row number four, Randy Hockaday and Thomas D. Smith. Row number five, Jason Carvalage and Brandon Teetle, with John Bunton and Chris Overland in row number six. Row number seven is made up with Stephen Gilbert and Quinn Adjie. Row number eight is Josh Hurley and Benjamin Burmeister. Row number nine is Dwayne Vincent and Martin Tuck, with Richard Crozier and Kevin King in row number 10. Chad Crawford and Michael Conti will line up in row number 11, with Cyril Newsberg and John Adams in row 12. Trey Jarrell and Steve Minton line up in row number 13, with Brandon Bree and Jordan Hightower in row number 14. And then Harrison Wildit and Logan Cuthert, 29th and 30th, row 15. Josh Jones and Richard Doucette in row 16. Chad Lawton, Eddie A. Smith in row number 17, with Joe Salma, Amado Vargas in row 18. Wes Wydham and Paul Nicholas Cooper in row number 19. Then row number 20, Justin Thompson and Steve Sheehan. Paul E. Klein and Matthew Largin round out your field in row number 21. And guys, long race, big field. These drivers have one reset to get themselves through the race, but this is going to be a race of attrition, endurance, timing, and patience. And I think the most important one is the last one, patience. This race is going to be 4.5 hours long, and throughout this race, drivers are going to be working at the front, the middle, at the back, in packs by themselves, and they're going to really have to really adapt to the conditions around them if they're going to have any chance of doing well in this race.
Through 600 miles is a long time. They're looking at a minimum of 4 hours. So they got to have the mindset of the first 400, 500 miles, just sit there, relax, and hopefully to make it to that last 100-mile stretch just to get there.
And Will, the burning question I have is, for you being a broadcaster, how are you going to fill 4.5 hours worth of speaking?
We'll find a way. We always find a way. One of the things that's interesting to note as well is we're running in the night at Charlotte, and that means there's more grip on the racetrack. That means the speeds are going to be higher. And every time the speeds are higher, as we all know, more drama. So expect a lot of it in this race. You see the pace car leading the field for the solitary pace lap. We're going to be going green in less than a minute's time here for the World 400 on Glacier TV. Don't forget, you can watch this race in American by activating your SAP button, presented by Glacier Racing. So, we're going to go through everything that you need to know for this 400 lap race throughout the course of this. 24 degrees of banking, this 1.5 mile oval, the beautiful, significant yellow rules that really make Charlotte Motor Speedway show up. Now, it's the home of NASCAR, set in Concord, North Carolina, and there's no better place than to go for one of the greatest NASCAR races we are ever going to see here on iRacing. If you want to know more about iRacing, if this is your first time watching a simulated NASCAR race, go to iRacing.com for more information, but this really is going to be a big one. Guys, let's get it strapped back. This is going to be one long, hard race, and looking at it from Ray Afala's point of view, he's got the best thing in the house. He's sitting in the first position. All you can see right now is a pace car, which is about to make that hard left turn down towards pit lane. And sit back. This is going to be one long one. The first annual World 600 here on Glacier TV is green.
Making their way down through turns 1 and 2 for the first time in the 600-mile race.
And see two wide racing throughout the field, the middle of this pack, trying to get themselves a little bit of breathing space here earlier on. And action, see Chris Overland, he is currently working down on the inside line in the battle for the 12th position, managing to get himself around Thomas D. Smith. He's now pinned himself to the high side, and he's got the number 17 of Keetle also working down to the inside there as we have completed one of our first 400 laps. But the racing is so intense already. As you see a car down on the apron, that is Eddie A. Smith there, just dropping back to the rear of this field, as you'll see a couple of drivers doing here. And I think that's Harrison Wilditz doing the same as well. And that is not a bad idea so early on in this race.
You know, Will, I
believe on the inside, moving to the 3rd position, going into trial.
I believe a lot of cars possibly started into the pits. It looks like the leaders are coming up on lap traffic already. And it also looks like only 14 of the drivers qualified. So maybe everybody was hoping just a few wouldn't qualify. They could start at the back of the pack. That's interesting. I don't understand why, though.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. The 24 car got big time loose, exiting 2 onto the backstretch. That's going to jump up the field behind him, going into 3.
Yeah, and you see right there, they're 2 wide behind him, 2 rows deep. And it literally is who can get the good run off the corner. Josh Jones is on the outside. They've got Chad Lawton down on the inside. He's down trying to work down the inside, and Martin Tuck 2 wide as they go through the tri-oval. But we're still green as we're working lap number 4 here. And some good patient driving. You see Tuck in the wall there, but he manages to get it back down, single file there. And now he's going to come under a bit of pressure though from Richard Dussett, riding in that number 25 Gale Force Suspension.com car.
I see that number 22 U.S. Air Force machine, Logan Cathcart in the 27th position. Kind of
and
he's got it right in front of him.
25's around as he was working down the inside line. Our first caution here at Charlotte Motor Speedway, and it just looked as though the 25 machine just came up a little bit too much, and he tagged that 24 car around. At least 4 cars involved there, drivers scattering over the grass there, a number of drivers turned around. We see Matthew Larkin in the number 39.
Oh, they're hitting after
him. Huh?
Joe Slama and Martin Tuck come together after the caution has been flown. We got Martin Tuck, Joe Slama, Matthew Larkin is involved. Looks like a big one, Will.
The big one early on here, and that is not going to be what some of these drivers wanted. As you see there, I don't know what happened. Martin Tuck just drove down pit lane and just hit the 30 car. Whew. So that was always shaping up. We saw drivers there literally streaming around this racetrack 2 wide, and it was going to be a case of the first person to make a mistake will cause a huge pile-up, and we have got a number of drivers sat down pit road already. And guys, we're going to reset this for you momentarily. We're going to have a look at the replay in a couple of seconds time to just show you what happened there. But it started off oh so innocently. The number 25 machine of Richard Dussett just coming up, you know, a couple of inches too far on the number 24 machine the number 24 machine of Martin Tuck. The 2 collect, pushing him into the wall, and it looks as though Martin Tuck managed to get away with not too much damage, and he got spun around, pushed backwards and forwards as literally a yo-yo on that racetrack. Track pretty much blocked, drivers having to go down the grass all over the place, and that is not what these drivers are going to want earlier on. And Joe Salmo was involved in that. Matthew Largan. I think Paul Clean managed to just get through okay, but a couple of drivers having to go into the grass, and they're not going to want penalties this early on in the race.
It's interesting. I just start talking about my U.S. Air Force car, and he just barely avoids the big wreck. So good job for Logan right there. A lot of drivers there made some great moves though.
And a number of drivers down pit road as well. Stephen Gilbert, Steve Sheehan, Chad Lawton, Nick Ottinger, Logan Cathart, Justin Thompson, John Bunsen, Wes Weirden, Paul Clean, Benjamin Burmeister, Richard Dussey, Paul Nicholas Cooper, all down pit road this early on to either get repairs or get some fresh tyres after they spun round on that tri-oval. And guys, let's not forget, this track is not that wide. I mean, 2-wide racing, that's doable. 3-wide racing at a push. But you're going to want to give drivers a little bit of room early on in this race.
Yeah, I agree. Well, like I said, a little bit early to be racing that hard, and those two just came together. 3 other cars involved. They're going to be pretty mad for the start of this race. And it looks like Kawami Adije in the number 37 is going to be your first car off pit road with 4 tires. Let's see what he can do when this race goes back to green.
So, to reset your field momentarily, Ray Afana is still your race leader. Having led the field to the green flag, he maintained that position. Brandon Schmidt is currently sat in the second position, with Dylan Duval in third, Jason Carlin in fourth, and Simon Crocard rounding out your top 5, with Chris Overland, Brandon Keatle, Thomas Smith, Ronnie Hockaday, and Kevin King in the top 10. Now, I didn't get the chance to talk about this because of when we came on air, but 24 degrees of banking here. That means that these drivers don't have to lift that much, and it kind of helped the tyres. But, John, are we going to see a bit of high line and low line running at this on this racetrack? Some drivers using the high line to try and preserve their tyres?
I would say so, because that high line, if you pinch those cars down below, you can get that massive run on the high line and just cruise on by. And you made the point that this track, being at nighttime, is going to be a little bit colder, which means these drivers are probably going to set it up a little bit looser than normally would. So you got to watch out for that too, for that little arrow loose coming off the corners. It could just snap on you without any instance.
And I have turned thousands of laps at this racetrack, and primarily in the IndyCar, I'll be honest, but I did some of my first ever racing on iRacing in Charlotte in the NASCAR. And one of the things that always strikes out to me is going down that hill in turn number 1 where the track just falls away, and on worn tyres late on in the race, that is going to pose a big a big difficulty for these drivers. You see that they're just lining up too wide now. We're going to go back to green flag racing with 9 laps scored complete here in the World 600 on Glacier TV. And Ray Farder, I think, for him, he's just glad that he is out front and there's no one around him.
Agreed. I mean, he is your reigning iRacing champion, so he knows how to get around at all types of tracks. So you knew he'd get the pole. He'd come in here. I would not be surprised if he led a majority of this race, but there may be some sleepers in this field. Jason Carlevy is always fast. Of course, you got Chris Overland. I mean, a top-notch pros we have in this race today, Will.
So Ray Afala in that JR Motorsports Pro Geek Consulting number 1 machine will bring the field back to green flag racing with 9 laps scored complete of 400. We've already had our first caution of the day. Most of these guys will be thinking, okay, that's in the books. Let's get some green flag racing in the way. And that pace car is going to make that hard left turn back down towards pit lane once again. And we are waiting for Ray Afana to build that speed up. And we are back now to green flag racing.
Chris Overland, that 13 machine tire is going to take it 3 wide there, but they jumble back to 2 wide.
Yeah, you're looking on board of him now.
Really moving in that 4th position is Chris Overland.
Yeah, we're looking on board of him now on the number 13 JDRgraphics.com machine. The 2 wide, 2 deep there, and it looks as though Chris Overland was getting held up a little bit there as that outside line was working a little bit better than number 12 machine of Dylan Duval, having that high line working well. And Jason Carvelich looked as though he might have just held up Overland a little bit there to stop his momentum. And you see that in the number 8 machine, the Gale Force car of Brandon Schmidt. He is currently running in the 4th position. The number 17 car of Brandon Ketfield. He's looking down to the inside now of Chris Overland. And what is the battle for the 5th spot? Overland on the high side, pinching him down nicely there. And that number 13 car, too wide for the triumph. Oh, so close coming into turn number 1. Close to a little bit of door rubbing, but they managed to get through it okay. The number 17 machine of Brandon Keetle in the HendricksCars.com car, as you see Overland just running over those bumps on the high side of the back straightaway. Guys, those bumps, I don't know what it is, but it does seem to upset the car's momentum a little bit. If you try and change lanes a bit too quickly as you go over them, it really does upset the balance of your car.
If you've got the wheel turned one particular way and you hit one of those bumps, it could upset the back big time.
So 13 laps are going to be scored complete.
Well, we got a caution, another big wreck in turns 1 and 2, Will. Big
wreck, and this is our second huge wreck of the day. Joe Crawford.
We got Justin Thompson, others involved.
Benjamin Burmeister's involved in it. Chad Lawton's involved.
Jordan Hightower involved in the number 19 machine.
So our second big wreck of the day here, and we haven't even got 15 laps in the book. And I think these guys really are putting, you know, they're used to racing semi-long distances, and they're used to this intense form of racing. But for the moment, it looks as though they're just putting a little bit too much pressure on early on. And Justin Thompson there having to reverse that car to spin it back around in the number 34 Skeleton Optics machine.
Yeah, it looks like what we got here, the number 16 machine of Randy Hockaday got loose coming out of the tribal, entering turn 1, and they just stacked up behind him. He tried to save it, and it was just an accordion from their eyes.
And with the narrowness of this racetrack, once one driver just makes a tiny bit of a mistake with a huge pack behind you, you really have to just check up so quickly if you can have any chance of avoiding a multi-car wreck. It's not like a much wider track, you know, like Michigan, Auto Club, Atlanta, where you've got those 4 lanes almost defined that you can use to brush up the racetrack. Here at Charlotte, you know, there's only really 3 lanes on the track, so if you end up brushing from one to the other, that's 2/3 of the racetrack, but it's gone for another driver. Having a look down pit road, Richard Crozier is down pit lane, loading Cathcart is also down, Josh Jones. A number of drivers taking fuel and tyres this early on. They're taking 2 tyres for the most part. Stephen Gilbert is down pit lane. Tyler D. Hudson in the number 2 machine makes that drive down pit lane as well. We're going to have a look to see who wins your race off pit road. And Jared Crawford is the first driver past the stripe there. Stephen Gilbert also coming out. Josh Jones. Paul E. Clean in the number 38 Kingpin machine comes out 4th of the drivers who came down pit lane, followed by Richard Crozier, Logan Cathcart, Chad Lawton, Benjamin Burmeister, Armando Vargas, Nick Ottinger, Justin Thompson, Joe Salma, Dwayne Vincent, Stephen Minton, and Jordan Hightower. So, John, I want to take us back to the track again. I mean, this track, it almost seems in the night time that you almost got that tunnel vision thing going on. You know, you've got the big yellow walls on either side of you. You can see the TV screen as you're going through a couple of corners. But it really does feel like you're driving constantly down a tunnel. How much into the zone are these drivers going to be getting into this race so early on? And, you know, does the nighttime bring a different element of racing into this?
Well, the biggest thing the night team has to do is it's a colder track than they're used to, so they got more speed, so they're willing to set up their car to be a little bit more on the loose side, to be a little bit more on the faster side. And you just don't realize these dog legs, they are a lot sharper turn than you would think. So you got to try to be smooth into the finish line area and out, and you got to make that perfect arc out of the dogleg into turn 1. Otherwise, you could either wash up or enter it too soon and hit that apron and wash up the track into everybody else.
And he's going to hate me for saying this, but Randy, you have the accreditation of coming home 33rd in the top split of the iRacing Indianapolis 500 earlier. So you're probably not the best person to ask about endurance today, but that endurance, preparing for such a long distance of racing here, how important is it to get good mental and physical preparation?
Well, I thought it was extremely important. However, it really didn't come into play for me as I was taken out by a couple cars in front of me about 20 or so laps into it. But you're right. It's something that's really tough to maintain. I mean, you got to stay focused the whole time. One slip up and you're done. So I'm sure these guys are all pros. They've been practicing. They know what it's about. They should be fine. It's just going to be a grueling race for them is all.
And let's not forget, it's going to be the longest race they race all year as well. The DWC doesn't race lengths of this long. I mean, a lot of them raced the Daytona 500 early on this year, but they're not. I mean, 600 miles of Charlotte is a lot more difficult in some aspects than the 500 miles of Daytona, because you got to be off the throttle twice in a lap, whereas at Daytona, different type of racing. Whilst that's more mentally engaging, racing here at Charlotte probably is more physical, if you agree, John.
Definitely, and especially over 400 laps. I mean, and as you can see, the lights are off atop the pace car, so we will be going green in approximately half a lap. Ray Alfala is still your leader, followed by Dylan Duvall, Brandon Schmidt, Jason Collavy, and of course Chris Overland rounds out your top 5.
And one thing that these drivers are all thinking about right now is momentum. We've had very short green flag runs this early in the race. A lot of these drivers just want to get themselves settled down into that rhythm, into that groove. As you saw earlier on the iRacing Indianapolis 500, once they got themselves through a 15-lap period, we had green flag pit stops, we had long runs. So this is what these drivers are going to be looking for here on the NASCAR side of things. Ray Alfala on the inside row, inside of row number 1, sorry, Dylan Duvall in second, bringing the field back up to green flag racing as he does so with 17 laps scored complete.
Green flag back out. Ray Alfala gets a good jump on that number 12 card, Dylan Duvall.
Chris Overland moving to the high side as they come through turn number 1. He has got the number 5 of Jason Carvey right behind him as they come down the back straightaway. 3 wide into turn number 3, and you've got a 17 car being split there. That was great racing there by Kevin King on the inside. Oh my God, that was
John Adams on the high side, making that high side work.
Yeah, we need to have a look back at that in a couple of laps time, but wow, Brandon Keto must have been shaking in his boots there in the number 17 HendrickCars.com car. 3 wide of the 3 on the inside, the 7 on the outside, and he's reworking down the inside of the number 7 car now. It looks like he's going to get that position from Michael Corti as they come into turn number 3, but that high line really is working well.
As they move through the dog leg one more time. John Adams on the inside of Thomas D. Smith looking to take over that 10th position.
Yeah, it looks like they were attempting to go 3 wide there down the front straightaway. Bought better of it, but now he's looking down to the inside of the number 41 machine of Thomas Smith, and it doesn't look as though he can hold it that well down on the inside line by getting a good run off the corner there. If you can just sweep it down through the front straightaway, job done.
And at the front of the field, Chris Overland started in the 12th position in this race, has just taken over the 3rd spot from Dylan Duvall. He's following Brandon Schmidt and, of course, your leader, Ray Alfala. Ray Alfala has about a second advantage over the rest of the field.
Yeah, so Overland is on the move early in that number 13 car, but you see that the number 12, Duvall, back on the charge in the battle for the 3rd position. And these 2 drivers, they can just hook it up for the next couple of laps. They are losing a bit of ground, Schmidt and Alfala, for the moment, so they do need to try and get themselves hooked up a little bit if they're going to try and hunt down that number 1 machine of Ray Alfala. Looking a little bit further back through the field, Stephen Gilbert, he is working down the inside of the number 36 machine with Cyril Newsman on the outside, 2 wide. It being pretty much for the last lap or so. Neither one of them being able to get any advantage. You see that Newsman just losing a little bit of momentum coming into the corner. This is going to allow Gilbert to complete the pass, perhaps sweep to the outside as they come down off of turn number 2. Position gained by him as he's now...
Big wreck, middle of the backstretch, Will.
Getting word of a yellow flag.
We say green. and Jordan Hightower is out. Sorry, the pace car is out. Pace car is out, and Ray Afala will bring the field back down for our third quarter of the day with 24 laps scored complete here at the World 600 on Glacier TV. And Josh Jones was involved there. Wes Welder, Joe Salma, Armando Verga. So it looks like it's always the middle to the rear of this field, as Benjamin Burmeister is out of the race as well. Jordan Hightower is your first official retiree of the day. Sorry, your second retiree, as Martin Tuck retired just a couple of laps ago.
Like another one of them race incidents, and Logan Cathcart in that Air Force machine on the high side just got a little bit loose, came down into Benjamin Burmeister, and about 2 cars behind him piled in, including Josh Jones and Wes Weidman.
Yeah, it looks as though that 26 machine just, I don't know, it just looks as though he got loose coming off the corner there, and there was nothing that either of those two drivers could do, you know, racing so closely on the racetrack. You know, it looks as though Burmeister just, I don't know, just came up half an inch or so, just as the 22 was pinching him down, and I think they just took different lines off the corner. They both got themselves spun around there. So the race off pit road is underway. Pretty much everyone electing to take fuel and tyres. We'll keep an eye out on Ray Afala. He is leading the field down pit lane. And Afala gets a jump, and a number of drivers are already out of pit lane. We'll get your running order as they come out. I believe that Brandon Schmidt has managed to move himself up into the second position. Kevin King in third, Dylan Devan in fourth. Chris Overland losing himself 2 positions. He's down into the 5th position, with Steve Sheehan up into 6th. Jason Carvillage in 7th. Michael Conti 8th. Brandon Keatle 9th. Simon Crocart in 10th. Then Gilbert, Ockender, Newsperm, Smith, and a G in your top 15.
Looks like Brandon Bowie in the number 18 machine stayed out.
So maybe
a bit of strategy here.
Either that, or maybe he just wanted to lead a lap or so.
Oh, there you go, Brandon. You got your TV time. Now go get you some tires.
Brandon Bowie in the number 18 HendrickCars.com Tag Heuer machine. Other drivers also staying out by the look of it. Josh Hurley stays out, but he scored 9 laps down. Trey Gerald is scored 1 lap down. They are both on the racetrack looking as though they're going to get laps back here.
And as you can see, Brandon Bowie in that number 18 does in fact come down and surrender the lead back to Ray Afala.
So 3 cars are going to get the wave around this time. Eddie Smith, Trey Jarrell, and I believe that ahead of him is Josh Hurley as well.
Josh
He's going to get
Jones.
himself a lap back.
All 3 of them will be put back on the lead lap.
Yeah, so there's no lucky dogs here tonight. So we need to be aware of that. So these drivers are going to have to earn their way through the field. And in that case, strategy is one of the simplest ways to do it, especially if there's a medium length green flag run, because you don't know how often the caution is going to come here.
Exactly, and that's definitely a gamble worth taking to get back on that lead lap. They could have a quickie caution, they could go through the field through a whole run, but it's definitely worth taking, in my opinion.
And Randy, you're one of those big strategy fans. This early in the race, if you're a lap down, would you try and get yourself off strategy this earlier, or would you just try and ride it out for the time being?
No, if you're a lap down at any point in time, I got to believe it's worth staying out so that you get the wave around and then hope for another yellow, because as everyone says, cautions breed cautions, and you know, we've seen quite a few already, and there's not that many retirees. So yeah, definitely you have to pit, or you have to stay out and get that wave around if you're a lap down. Absolutely.
So we'll reset the field for you. Ray Afala is still your race leader, leading every lap so far in the World 600 on Glacier TV. Brandon Schmidt is in second, Kevin King in third, Dylan Devan in fourth, Chris Olin in fifth. I see there the lights are on the pace car. A couple of drivers are getting the wave around now. 3 of them, in fact. You have got you have got Eddie Smith, Ted Jarrell, Josh Hurley, and Wes Weidman. Wes Weidman, I believe, actually, is going a little bit slowly there.
This is going to put a total of 36 drivers on your lead lap. Not too bad, 27 laps in.
Yeah, so we've just completed our 3rd quarter of the day. Big wrecks early on here is the story of the day in the World 600. Will Vincent, Jonathan Goke, Randy Krosno, and Yoni Backman here in the booth for Glacier TV. This is one long race, and these drivers, I talked about it earlier, need to just want to settle it down. But, you know, the intense racing so far, we cannot take anything away from these drivers. They've been going hammer and tongue since the drop of the green flag.
Entering turn 3, getting ready to go green one more time. Ray Alfala is usually closely followed by Brandon Schmidt.
And don't forget, if you'd like to talk to us on Twitter, you can use the hashtag IRWorld600. That's the hashtag IRWorld600 to talk to us on Twitter. No prizes, just come and say hello.
Ace car is ducked on off. Here comes Ray Alfala on the gas, green flag. Once again, he gets a great jump into turn 1.
And it looks like he drags that inside line with him. You see the number 3 machine there, getting the jump on the 8 car, Brandon Schmidt. So the second position seems to have the disadvantage on this restart because their father just seems to be able to take off better than all these other drivers. And that allows that inside line to gain the momentum early. Kevin King moving himself up into the second position in the Hot Tamales number 3 car.
Great racing at the front here. For the 5th position, we are 2 by 2 by 2. The 13, 35, 7, and 5.
Michael Conti running.
Got a nose head. Can he hold it going into 3?
Oh, it looks like Conti there just had to back out the throttle a little bit in that number 7 machine. Overland though in the 13. Great. He is so good getting through the field early on here today. I see though he's got Steve Sheehan down to the inside of the number 35 Spy car as they come down into turn number 1. Sheehan down on the inside. Overland's oh so close on the outside there as they come out. Who's going to get the run? And it looks like Sheehan just...
Ooh, a little bit of touch there. For Steve Sheehan, that was a classic crossover move. He got out high, arced it down, and got right back underneath him. Great move.
I don't think Overland was too
Chris
happy
is not
with
too
that
happy
touch.
about that.
No, he's not. And you see right behind them, they're still 2 by 2. Looking to the outside, there is Michael Conti in the number 7 machine. He's got himself a nose alongside. He's going to get a good run off this corner.
Got
and
a great run coming off on the backstretch.
That is a beautiful move there by Conti.
But Chris needs to settle down just a little bit. He might be getting a little hot-headed right now. Loose. Oh, do you see that wiggle coming off of turn 4?
I saw that wiggle big time. And I tell you what, it looks like Overland is really good on these. Oh, he just grazes the wall there coming into turn number 1. He is so good on these starts and restarts. But then it just looks as though his car takes a couple of laps then to settle in. We've seen him come through the field after about 5 or 10 laps. But it looks like once he gets those starts done, it looks like he's on the back foot for 3 or 4 laps after.
Brandon Catelli in that 17 machine trying to work. Ooh, loose. He lost his momentum. Simon Crockhart wants to take a peek. He's got a nose.
In the number 10, Energizer Target machine there. Doing a great job. Yeah, I love that livery so much as well. Just putting back down single file. Top 10 drivers, sorry. Our single file as we have 33 laps score complete at the line.
And as we're talking about everybody behind the field, Ray Alfala has extended the lead to a second again. Just a Sunday cruise for him. Or in our case, of course, Saturday night.
Yeah, Saturday night cruise around Charlotte Speedway. This 1.5 mile, 24 degrees of banking. One of the most famous tracks in NASCAR. Possibly, you know, alongside Talladega and Daytona International Speedway. But, you know, this track has so many memories. Home to the All-Star race, home to the 600, and let's not forget the Bank of America 500 later on in the chase as well. I mean, always great racing at this racetrack, and it's one that these drivers love as well, because it's almost like a homecoming for them.
We just had a little bit of contact between Simon Crockhart and Brandon Catelli, and Brandon Catelli's left rear fender is crinkled a little bit, but he's able to keep the speed.
Yeah,
it looks like if they get to the point where those tires are starting to wear down, they have to have less corner speed than what they have on fresh tires.
Yeah, go on.
I'm sorry, but after 3 yellows, it looks like things have sort of calmed down. They're into the longest green flag run that they've had so far in this race. So, with that said, John, Will, you guys are NASCAR racers at times. How many gallons? What kind of mileage are we going to get? What laps do we look for them to start thinking about pitting on a full fuel run?
Lots of laps.
Well, I wouldn't know where to start.
I really can't believe it. I think the fuel window is somewhere in the region of about 50 laps here. But it all depends, you know, on tyres. I think they're going to be more crucial. If we do see green flag runs, as soon as those tyres drop off, that is going to dictate, in my opinion, drivers coming down pit lane more than the fuel. So I think, you know, everyone's topped it up on that pit stop. You know, they want the options open to them. But if their tyres start going off too badly, they will come down pit lane because, you know, if you're losing 2 seconds a lap because you've got yourself overheated tyres and they're just worn out, you do not want to have that on the racetrack.
I just want to point out that Ray Alfaro, lap 38, he is pulling away by 0.2 a lap over the rest of the field. He's proving why he is the 2011 iRacing Series World Championship driver. I'm sorry, the champion.
Yeah, as you see, a couple cars down pit lane there. Yeah, Ray Alfaro, you know, absolutely awesome performance by him last season in the Drivers' World Championship. As it's Josh Jones down pit lane in the number 23 machine. It looks as though his day is done. But yeah, going back to Ray Alfaro, I mean, just absolutely dominant performance last year in the Drivers' World Championship. As Wes Weedham is also down the pit lane. Josh Jones is still out on the racetrack in the number 23 car. Those two cars are down in pit lane. They are going to be losing themselves a ton of time. Weedham is now going to be scored 14 laps down. Josh Jones, 2. I'll tell you what, a great battle developing there between Kevin King, Steve Sheehan, and Brandon Schmidt there. You see Sheehan down on the inside, King trying to work the high side in that number 3 Hot Tamples machine, and it looks as though that 35 car is oh so good on the bottom. Steve Sheehan in that Spy Plus car managing to keep that momentum down on the inside lane, and what this does is put King under a little bit of pressure from Brandon Schmidt coming down the front straightaway. Is he going to be able to get a nose in? Not quite.
We got a crash in front wheel. Stephen Gilbert is spinning down, and nobody hits him. Good miss by everybody. Looks
Good
like Kwame
job.
and DJ is involved as well.
Good job. But a couple, yeah, cards down on the apron there, and that is Kwame Ajay. It's just left it on the inside of the racetrack. That is disappointing for him. In the number 37 Pennzoil Dodge. But 4th caution of the day, and I think, you know, that is going to be the first time that these drivers will really be able to see how their car's handled. So I think we might see a couple more pit stops this time.
Yeah, they still have a long way to go. You know, 540 miles still left in this race, so I guess these guys will be pitting every yellow. Would that be a safe assumption?
Looks like the start of this wreck was the 17 of Brandon Catelli in the 11th position, getting loose off of 4, chasing it all the way down, and he goes in the grass, and looks like Kwame trying to avoid him, just hit the left rear quarter panel of Stephen Gilbert, and that just shot him sideways into turn 1.
That's going to be disappointing. As you see, Randy Hockaday is now retired out of the races. Pit stops are underway here once again. Number of drivers bringing their cars down pit road, led once again by Ray Alfaro. So you see there, that number 1 machine, he brings the car in. He is getting himself 2 right side tyres, topping himself up with some OK Ghost gas. Is he getting 4 tyres? Just having a look. Yes, he is. It looks like for the most part everyone's getting 4 tyres, but nothing is that is. Ray Alfaro has lost the lead for the first time in this race to, take that back, Josh Jones, who came out ahead.
Josh Jones is in fact a couple laps down.
He's 5 laps down, so we take that back. Ray Alfaro is still your race leader, winning the race on pit road. Steve Sheehan has moved himself up into 2nd position. Kevin King into 3rd, Brandon Schmidt 4th, Dylan Duval in 5th, Michael Conti 6th, Nick Ockinger in 7th, Sean Newsman in 8th, Chris Overland 9th, and Jason Carvalho rounding out your top 10 of drivers who raced it down pit road.
Once again, Brandon Bowie in the number 18 machine just elected to not come down this time. Will he actually stay out this time or go get him some fresh tires?
I think he just doesn't want to come down with all that commotion. We see it so often in these races with, 30-plus drivers all coming down pit road together. It's always so easy to just get turned in pit lane. And these drivers, we haven't talked about this, they do get one damage repair reset. So they don't want to use that too early.
Coming in.
Yeah, he's coming down pit road now. You don't want to use that too early, though, do you, John? And you want to, keep it in case you need it.
Exactly. I mean, that's a good feeling. If you're in the last 100 miles and you know that you have an extra reset, that gives you a little bit to be a little bit more exciting on the racetrack because you know you have that fallback. But if you ruin it like in the first 50 or so laps, then you have to be cautious the entire race. Like, what if something happens?
Yes, let's run through a couple of your rules of racing here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. Pit road speed limit is 45 miles an hour. Drivers can take left side, right sides, or both tyres, as well as topping up with Sunoco race gas. The drivers who speed down pit lane will get themselves an end-of-line penalty unless they are going 65 miles an hour or above, in which case they will be given a 15-second stop and held penalty. All drivers will get themselves one reset in this race, where they can bring their car back down towards pit lane and get any damage repaired to their car or their engine. And drivers who are laps down, who are behind the leader after the 2 to go comes out, will be dropped to the rear of the field. Oh yeah, and very quickly, there's no lucky dogs here tonight, and the word green white checkered does not exist in iRacing.
Well, I just want to point out, Steve Sheehan in the number 35 started this race in 40th position. He is currently shown in the second spot behind Ray Alfaro. That is a great drive in this first 44 laps.
And that's a mixture of aggression, strategy, and patience.
I'm going to go ahead and throw in there some luck as well to miss those wrecks.
Well, yeah, Lady Luck is always prominent at Charlotte. Let's not forget what happened to Dale Earnhardt Jr. last year in the Coca-Cola 600, coming through into the white flag, just like Hildebrand had done earlier on. The National Guard card was leading, coming towards the white flag, but come the end of the lap, he ran out of fuel, didn't get the win.
The lights are out atop that Ford Mustang GT pace car as they will have one lap to the next green flag, going green on lap 46.
And Brandon Breed come back down pit lane again to get himself four tyres and topping up with a little bit more Sunoco race gas. It doesn't seem like a lot, but when it comes to fuel saving, if you want to save yourself a lap of fuel, every drop of fuel counts. And if they can make it extend to another lap, that could be the difference between being able to get themselves up 10 positions or them having to risk caution coming out in the sequence of green flag pit stops. So let's reset it for you one more time. Ray Alfaro is still your race leader. Steve Sheehan is now moved up to the second position after qualifying this race in the 40th slot. Car number 35 as well, so a great drive by him. Is in the third position with Brandon Schmidt in fourth, Dylan Devine in fifth. Pace cars in, and we are back to green flag racing once again here at the World 600.
Once again, that inside line gets a jump on that outside line. Got Dylan Duval looking inside the number 7 for 5th.
So the top three drivers.
7 gets that great run off the corner, retains that position.
Yeah, and look at that now.
On the inside of Brandon Schmidt for 4th.
Oh, look at him going, that JDR Graphics.com car. And that Schmidt.
Oh! Almost a little contact between Michael Conti and Brandon Schmidt there.
So close, but they both managed to keep it pointing in the right direction. Conti doing a sterling job in that number 7 machine. Let's not take anything away from Schmidt, though.
Like they're getting single file quick. They want to run. They would like to see a green flag run here, I would assume.
Yeah, they're pretty much off the top 25 drivers now, single file. You see, Amado Vargas, he has dropped back in the number 31 machine, all the way now down into the 25th position. But for the most part, it's literally two wide. See Josh Kelsey, in the number 42 Farmer's car, going around the outside there of Wes Weedham, and that is the battle for 36th position on the racetrack. Up front, though, you know, if you need to make the move, you need to make the move. And you see Dwayne Vincent there pinned on the outside line momentarily. I see a car spinning there down on the apron, and I believe that was... Are we staying green? We are staying green just for the moment, but that was close there.
Will is in fact the number 22 machine of Logan Cathcart.
That was a scary, scary moment for him. I believe it's your US Air Force car. I believe he just manages to bring it back out onto the track, but he, I think, got himself... Yeah, he got himself...
He'll have, it looks like he'll have a speeding penalty and probably one of those unsafe entries to the pit road. Yeah, that is too bad.
He'll have to come down pit road once again to get himself a 15-second stop and hold penalty in the number 22 US Air Force car, supporting the American troops around the world. And what a great job those troops do as we remember them this Memorial Day weekend. All the troops around the world fighting for freedom. Ray Afada is your race leader currently in the World 600 with Steve Sheehan second. Kevin King is in, just being overtaken there by Michael Conti in the battle for the third position. Conti on the outside, King on the inside, and Conti looks like he's going to get the job done. He should get the run off the corner though as they come down the front straight away, but no, still too wide of the three of Kevin King on the inside, Conti on the outside.
Well, I got the eyes on the leaders here. It looks like Steve Sheehan is the only person who can really hang with Ray Alfala. I mean, he is doing a great job right on his toes.
The only person who's been able to stay within half a second of Alfala all race long with after about 4 or 5 laps of green flag running. Steve Sheehan, after getting his way from the 40th position all the way through the field, really is putting pressure on that number 1 car, Ray Alfala. Could we see our first lead change of the race? I'm not quite sure.
Back for the third spot, we have got a lot of cars under a blanket here. It's Michael Conti.
Pinching down now.
Kevin King.
He wants that position.
Got Dylan Duval right behind the number 3 machine, ready to pounce, but they seem to be even, as they almost make contact there, the number 3 and the number 7.
Almost. That was so close there, coming through turn 3 and 4. And wow, then this is now putting. You see that getting up, but then Duval.
Whoa! This is going to be. Oh, there he goes.
This is going to stack the field up. The 12 car, Dylan Duval, he has been stacked up big time there, losing himself a lot of ground. That was very close to being a huge pileup. I believe that was Nick Ossinger also involved in that one as well.
Well, what a great save by Dylan Duval, all the way on the apron. Yeah, they made a little bit of contact, and Brandon Schmidt just hit the wall again, but that could have been a lot worse, in my opinion.
Oh, I tell you what, great
Brandon
driving.
Schmidt is way off the pace, getting freight trained all the way to the back.
Yeah, not only that, but that is a great driving by all those drivers who just saw that happening and just checked up enough to allow them to slide back in. And that was great driving. Yeah, Schmidt falling all the way back now to, what, 18th, 19th position, 25th position he will end up in. 24th, 25th position as they come past the stripe. We'll have 55 laps scored complete in the World 600 on Glacier TV, and that is going to hurt Schmidt big time.
You know, Will, I've been looking in the middle of the pack with it, so there've been some great racing up front, but Tyler Hudson in the TDH delivery machine, he's been making some moves and passing a few cars here, and they're pretty clean, so I would assume he'll be up near the front here if it keeps staying green for a while.
Yes, a great racing through the field. For the most part, this mid-pack have single-filed themselves out a little bit. As you see, just there, Tyler Hudson, he's now looking down to the inside and getting the job done almost on Eddie Smith, but getting himself held up a little bit as he came off the corner by Richard Crozier, the Club England driver in the number 29 car. However, that ADA signed Raps.com machine of Tyler Hudson, one of the dominant forces in the NASCAR Empire A Cup Series, and he is on the move, currently sat in the 21st position, now looking to try and make a move on Richard Crozier as they come back down towards turn number 1.
The moment your top 25 are single file, just trying to get in their rhythm and maybe make it to a green flag stop.
Yes,
Getting word of a yellow flag?
Pardon? We do. Caution is out again. Sorry. Caution is out. Pace car is out. So we are under... Is this our 4th caution already of the day
I
here?
believe so. The reason for this caution is Justin Thompson in the number 34. He was running in the 24th position. Just got loose coming off of turn 2 and spun down the backstretch. Trying to watch, see if he hit anything. He tagged the right front and the right rear when he hit that inside wall. And then he slammed the right rear. Ouch.
And that is what brought out the 5th caution of the day here.
The 5th caution. Take it back. We apologise. So Ray Alfaro is looking as though he is going to bring the field back towards pit lane once again. So there you see drivers all coming in once again. They're going to get themselves tyres and race gas. And this early on, guys, you do not want to be caught off sequence. This is the time that you can gain some positions if you can take a risk, but you don't want to be the first one to have to pit. You want to be the one that can make it the longest if you need to.
That's a good point, but I'm wondering to see when somebody's going to make that gamble and see if 2 tires can work here, because everybody seems to be taking 4 the whole time. I'd like to see somebody else get out front.
So, Will, John, is this why everybody's pitting? I mean, the longest green flag run we've had is 13 laps, and we've had a couple of them, and they're all pitting. So it's not so much the tire fall off. They're pitting so that when that long green flag does come out, that they're able to maximize it. Is that the strategy here?
That sounds about right. Plus, they want to get as much fuel as early as possible. I mean, there's no use trying to make it to stretch it out because we're still so early. We're 60 laps of 400, so might as well fill it up, get those fresh rubbers, and get ready for that long green flag run that should happen.
But let's not forget, as I said earlier, the tyres will dictate the flow of this race as much as the fuel. So you want to top the fuel up so you have your options open for you, but it's the tyres that's going to decide when you come down pit road before the fuel, unless we're in the last 50 laps of the race.
Yeah, everybody's taking 4 tires now, but you got to imagine if a caution comes out 20, 10 to go, somebody's going to make that gamble to make up track position.
Logan Cockart stays out on the racetrack. He's going to get 1 of his 2 laps back by the look of it. Josh Hurley, he's trying to get a lap back, as is Josh Jones in the number 23 machine. So a couple of drivers are trying to get a lap back early on in this race. That will put Logan Cockart and Justin Thompson with 1 lap down. Josh Hurley is scored 7 laps done, but you know what? The way this race is going, I wouldn't be surprised if he gets at least half of those back.
And it looks like Justin Thompson, the reason for our last caution, did have to retire from damage from that last wreck. So now we do have 32 cars, it looks like, on the lead lap.
Just taking a moment to reset the field for you then. Ray Alfaro is what? we might as well just put him on the P1 for the next couple of hours, I think. Ray Alfaro is your race leader. Steve Sheehan in 2nd. Michael Conti is riding in the 3rd position, and Nick Ottinger in 4th. Jason Carlidge in 5th. Kevin King in 6th. John Adams in 7th. Cyril Newsburn in 8th. Dylan Duval in 9th. And Chris Oakland running out your top 10.
Overland had a good run up through the top 3, but looks like his car is falling off just a little bit. Maybe we got a little bit of damage you don't know about, or maybe he's just taking it easy. Old saying goes, in order to finish first you must finish.
That quote was brought to you by Murray Walker. For more information on that quote, go to iRacing.com.
Lights are out atop that pace car. You got 3 cars getting the wave around.
So we're going to be going back to green flag racing this time by, which will have 62 laps scored in the record books. Ray Alfaro, your race leader, having led there all race long. And the question is, guys, this early in the race, no one's been able to really challenge Alfaro. Does anyone have the chance to do so this early?
I think there's plenty that contend in this field, but like I said, it's so early, maybe they're not willing to push the issue yet. Like, coming to the last 50 to 100 miles, Alfaro's going to have some people on his bumper. They're not just going to give this race to him.
So currently working down the back straightaway, past that beautiful, huge HD illuminated display, the largest fixed HD display in the world, may you add. And then they come down into turn number 3 and 4. And always imagine the fans on their feet on the final lap as the drivers come through to see who's going to win whatever race it's on. And pace car has the lights off. He's making that turn down towards pit lane once again. A photo on the inside. Steve Sheehan on the outside. We are back to green flag racing.
And inside line didn't get as great as a jump this time. The Steve Sheehan can hang out on the outside. Michael Conti gets a great run through the central 1 and 2.
Oh, a wiggle there from Sheehan. Coming off turn number 1 and 2. Managed to hold it now nicely, however. Carvillage now, he's looking down to the inside. He's not going to be close enough, but he's got Ottinger in the Ream car on the outside there, that number 6 machine. 2 wides that come down the front straight away as Kevin King, he is back on the move. And then number
3 wide in the trial, 3 wide with Chris Owen in the middle.
That was close racing there. Who says you can't go 3 wide?
He's a little early making that kind of move. Nick Ottinger in the wall there in the middle of the backstretch. John Adams going to go beneath.
Who says that you can't race 3 wide at Charlemagne Speedway? These drivers proving that you can do just that. As you see, Tyler D. Hudson, he's just made the move on Benjamin Burmeister and Richard Dissay. In the last lap, Tyler Hudson moving himself up into the 14th position. And this is Hudson. We haven't talked about much in this race, but it looks as though for him, he wants to get himself some track position now.
I'm watching the number 6, Nick Ottinger. He is really loose, but loose is fast, obviously, because he is making that outside line work. Very tight between him and John Adams in turn 3 and 4. Big time loose coming off a 4 for Nick Ottinger.
And let's not forget, that will settle down in the next 2 laps or so. So if it's loose now, he can hang on to it. In a couple of laps, he's going to have a beautifully handling race car, just so long as he's able to do so.
Yep, looks like Chris Overland's going into the inside for that 7th position between himself and Nick Ottinger. Nick Ottinger is giving no room to that inside line. He is making the pinch work perfectly. Bit loose again off of 4. Ottinger's car is... Yeah, man, I couldn't drive that.
So your top 5, Ray Fowler is your race leader. Michael Conti in 2nd, Steve Sheehan in 3rd, Kevin King in 4th. Carly trying out your top 5. 2 wide still for position there. And, well, these guys do not want to be behind other drivers this early in the race.
Like they're starting to settle out just a little bit.
67 laps, scored complete in the books.
Yellow flag, Thomas E. Smith has spun down the backstretch.
So once again, Phil back under the command of the pace car. And I'm sure these drivers want a little bit more momentum than that. We talked about the keys to this race. Momentum is one of the biggest ones. Patience is also a key thing. And we're seeing the patience is starting to come into play, but the momentum just isn't there because we haven't had those long green flag runs yet.
With only 5 laps green there, do you think the leaders will pit? I know mid-pack on back will probably pit, but the leaders, do you think they take a chance on giving up track position here?
If a father comes down, they'll all come down.
Oh, Alfala stays out. So does your 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Most of your leaders are, in fact, staying out. Your first take of the pit road is Nick Ottinger in that number 6. He's got to fix some of that damage that he incurred.
Yeah, and the first guy that pits, and everybody else follows him. So now we've got a little bit of a strategy breakup in here. So maybe we can get that long green flag run we've been hoping for.
Brandon Schmidt, your number 8 machine, is going to pick up many positions staying out. He was running in 20th. I'm showing him now up to 12th by not pitting there.
Good job.
Yeah, you're right, John. Looks like about 5 guys stayed out that did not pit from mid-pack on to the end of the field.
So I'm assuming that 15th on back is going to have fresh rubber, so we'll see if that has anything to play with only 5 laps on them.
That's going to be interesting, this restart. These drivers are going to use that fresh rubber to regain track position. They're going to be in a hurry once the green flag drops again. and that mid-pack is going to be extremely exciting to watch. Just taking a moment to bring you a couple of sounds here from Charlotte Motor Speedway. Cars under caution once again, being led by Ray Afala in the number 1 Pro Grid Consulting JR Motorsports machine, with Steve Sheehan in second in this Buy Plus JR Motorsports car. So you have 2 of the JR cars currently in the top 2 position, with the Schmidt and Chassis Works car of Michael Conti in the 3rd position, and then Kevin King in 4th, and Jason Carver rounding out your top 5.
You know, John and Will, I have a question for you. With resets in this race, do you think that changes the mindset of some of these guys, that maybe they'll go ahead and take an extra chance they normally wouldn't in a race since there is the reset?
Yeah, yes, Randy, that's what I was touching on earlier. If you have the mindset that you have one reset, you can take those chances. You can be like, you know what, maybe I can just be a little bit more aggressive because I have a fallback. But in races like today at our Indy 500 top split race, we had no resets. You make one mistake, then you're done. So we were a little bit more conservative for the most part.
Yeah, you're right, John. Unfortunately, you and I have had that experience with one little mistake.
One little mistake for both of us took us out. Well, Ray Afala leads the World 600 crew into turns 3, coming off of turn 4. Looks like we're going to get 1 to go this time by. That will be lap 71. We have not even hit the 25% mark yet.
Yep, it is dark here in England for me and John. It's still beautiful sunshine over in the West Coast where Randy is. And beautiful heat across the world today on this Memorial Day weekend. Saluting our troops across the world. And John, you're a USAF guy based in the UK. How important is it to spend Memorial Day with your friends and family, even though, you know, you're across the Atlantic Ocean?
Well, I want to say I really appreciate those words, because I would also want to say happy Memorial Day to all my brothers and sisters who have served or are currently serving in the armed forces. And, you know, it is hard, even though it is Memorial Day, I'm here with my wife, I got tons of family back home. It's nice to have a little bit of time to remember and thank all those who have served.
Yeah, well said, John. Thanks again to our viewers and listeners that are serve in the military or know someone that serves in the military. This weekend is special because of the efforts worldwide from different troops as well.
And I'd also like to take the opportunity to thank my bosses at PJ Planning, who were sponsoring me for the Indy 500 earlier on. Not for money, but they gave £1 per lap that I completed to Help for Heroes, a UK charity designed to help soldiers injured in incidents, UK soldiers and soldiers around the world. So thank you very much to everyone at PJ Planning for supporting me through the Indy 500 earlier on today. £198 going to that charity. Thank you very much. Meanwhile, here at the World 600, Ray Afala, Green Flag Racing. Here we go.
Green. Oh, Steve Sheehan got a little bit of a jump there. I hope he doesn't get black flagged.
It's going to be close. We're down towards turn number 1.
He did reach the start-finish line before Ray Afala.
It's going to be close. It's going to be close. He drops back in. Afala gets the run on the inside line. He's come down the back straightaway. Sheehan, though, that was the closest anyone has got to making a move in Afala this early in the race. But did Sheehan go a little bit too early? I think he just got away with that.
Yeah, well, I do not want to see Steve Sheehan get black flagged, because that was a great race. They were having those two up there. We've got some good racing for third on back with Kevin King, Jason Carlevy, and Chris Overland. On the high side, Chris Overland is going to try to go by Jason Carlevy.
Overland is looking high, looking low. He wants to get track position early on in this race, Phil.
Good racing behind him as well. John Adams in 7th, Simon Crockhart, and Nick Ottinger. And as I said, Nick Ottinger is your first car off pit road with fresh tires, so we'll see what he can do with this field. Drives easily by Simon Crockhart. Continuing to watch the Ottinger gets a good run on John Adams through 3 and 4.
Yeah, so your top 5, Ray Fana is your race leader. Sheehan doing a great job starting out in the second position. Conti in the third spot. Kevin King in 4. Jason Carvillage rounding up your top 5. We're currently on board with Ottinger. Ottinger really is in the middle of a great battle right now. Currently sat in the 9th position. Currently working laps 75 or 400 here at the World 600 on Glacier TV. Will Vincent, Jonathan Goh, Brady Cosno and Yoni Backman are here in the booth, your all-star crew for tonight. Sheehan is doing a great job in that second position. The only guy really who creates a stick with Ray Fana early on in this race. But Michael Conti in that Schmitten Chassis Works car, he's managed to get himself up into the 3rd position and is hanging on with these guys. And as we approach lap number 77, we're going to take a moment to step back. And as it's Indianapolis weekend, remember our good friend, Dan Weldon.
And that completes lap 77 in memory of Dan Weldon, who this time last year was celebrating his Indy 500 victory.
Yeah, and we'd like to take the opportunity to thank everyone in the iRacing community who did so much in outpouring support for Weldon, running the DW77 last season. A number of these NASCAR Pro DWC drivers took part in that event, and looking back, it was a great outpouring of emotion, and we'd like to continue that this weekend here, Memorial Day weekend. And Dan Weldon was always one of the greatest drivers on this generation to race at Indy, so we just wanted to take that opportunity to do so. Meanwhile, back to the racing here, the World 600 on Glacier TV. Afala has still got that 35 Spy Plus car. Steve Sheehan sat in the 2nd position there, and I tell you what, Conti is starting to fall back. These top 2 drivers working really well, trying to get themselves together, those JR Motorsports teammates. Sheehan really doing well, pushing Afana a little bit further ahead.
I'm keeping my eyes on Tyler Hudson. You said he was coming through the field. He's currently running in the 10th position.
Yeah, he just, on lap 77, he made a nice pass, and looks like he was going to pass the number 6 car with Nick, and looked like Nick kind of cut him off a little bit, so we might want to keep an eye on this battle for 8th, 9th, and 10th. It's pretty good.
Yep. Yes, sir, Randy. I was watching those too. As Tyler D. Hudson tries to take a look under Dylan Duval, he might be able to complete the pass. He's got a good run off the corner. As Nick Ottinger slides up in front of Dylan Duval, getting him a little drafting help.
And at what point will teammates start coming into play to work together? Is it too early to do so? Is it a case of, finding your car first and your teammates second? Or are these teammates be wanting to hook up to see what works well early on in this race?
I think the earliest place would be where you'd want to get set up with your teammate to run, but those last 50, 20 laps, all bets are off.
So for those of you who
Hudson currently in your 9th position.
So for those of you who are just joining us, welcome to the World 600 on Glacier TV.
Well, I need to cut you off. Steve Sheehan is underneath Ray Fowler for the race lead.
Here they come, 2 wide into turn number 3.
Steve Sheehan does, in fact, have the nose in front.
Here they come down the back straight away. Is Sheehan going to get the move down into turn number 3? It looks like Afana's got a bit of a run on the outside there. But Sheehan, he is going to be your new race leader, our first Green Flag Racing lead change. As we complete lap number 83 here, Sheehan takes a position from Afana. Great job there.
Well, Steve sailed it off into turn 3 without a doubt. Just took that lead from Ray Fowler. What a great race.
Awesome there. And even though we were talking about T-Race just a moment ago, that is Sheehan saying, I can win this race.
You know, Will, John, for some of us not that familiar with NASCAR, can you give us a heads up as to some of the teammates that we see out there on the track?
Well, your obvious one is Sheehan and Afana both driving for JR Motorsport. Obviously, you have the Schmitten Chassis Works car as well. The Overlands obviously are in the teams together. Tyler Hudson. John, you carry on.
Well, mostly I see most of the GSR guys out there who just by default are amazing racers. So, hello, like Chris Overland, John Adams. I'm really surprised Adam Gilliland is not in this race.
Yeah, so am I. We saw him in the Daytona 500 last year, and he was one of our star picks on the plate track earlier on. Back in February, it seems so long ago. But, I mean, now looking forward...
Now, wait a minute, Will. I thought I would be one of your top picks for the plate track. Come on.
Oh,
now.
Shut up. You're always one of our picks, but yeah, you did a great job with Sean, I have to say, back in February until it all went catastrophically wrong.
We're not talking about that right now.
Of course not. Yeah, this is going to be what it's going to be for the next 3.5 hours, guys. It's down into that moment already. But we're going to go through the field momentarily. Steve Sheehan, your new race leader in the number 35 machine, taking that lead from Ray Afana just a couple laps to go. Afana's managed to get himself still remaining in the second position. He's dropped back to 3.95 seconds behind Sheehan. And I've got to ask you this, guys. Is this Afana seeing how his car works in traffic? Because he's been running by himself out front all race long.
You know, he might be as on board with Nick Ottinger in the number 7 position. Ray Afana might just be dropping back to Steve. Because he's, like you said, he's only be out front. He might need to Steve. Just stand by. Well, we have a caution flag on the racetrack. Brandon Bowie, Paul Nicholas Cooper involved on the backstretch.
And that number 18 HendrickCars.com tag heuer machine is all torn up there.
Oh, wow. Wes Weidman coming in about 20 seconds after the fact. Hit Paul Nicholas Cooper at a speed of 130 miles an hour. That can't be good.
Definitely not good.
And it has his engine just exploded.
That sounds like a trip to the infield care center.
I always have to ask how the infield care center works on a moment like that. But that number 30 machine, it looks like, yeah, that looks like that number 33 machine just got a little bit loose the lap before that incident happened as well. And that just meant that when the caution happened, I think that his car is already a bit messed up, and then, you know, getting T-boned. Not good there for Cooper in the number 33 pink car.
Well, Randy, your leaders are on pit road. We'll see if Steve Sheehan can, in fact, get it back in front of Ray Afana. See.
And Afana, let's not forget, he has got the advantage of being the first pit stall. So all he needs to do is drop that clutch, get himself going, and he just has a straight line to the pit cones. As he's going out now, he got him, and he got him by about 0.2 of a second there. So Afana stays in second, King stays in third, Conti in fourth, Overland in fifth, Ottinger, Carnage, Adams, Crawford, Tetterall, and Schmidt.
Pretty wide off there.
Yeah, that was
Logan Cathcart is in fact going to get another wave round. He will be back on the lead lap. Kind of my underdog for this race.
So this is interesting. Because for Afana, now he's going to be restarting on the outside lane. He's been on the inside lane at the front for every restart so far. Do you think he'd be able to just get that jump on the high side and drive around Sheehan once the green flag drops?
That's a good question. He hasn't been in this position yet. So, as you know, the leader, Steve Sheehan, he controls the start. So he might throw him off. He might wait to go because Ray normally goes right when that pace car goes. But Steve might play a little mind trick on him.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see whether Sheehan will try and bunch up field up a little bit. Going down towards the green flag, we have a couple of drivers who've stayed out. They are trying to get themselves a wave around here at the World 600 on Glacier TV. Josh Hersey, we talked about him being laps down. He was 7 laps down. He's now going to be scored 5 laps down. So he's gaining them a little bit by little. Looking Cathcart, he's trying to get himself back onto the lead lap in that US Air Force car.
And Will, one of the great advantages of sim racing, not actually racing, is Kevin King is going to pull his car onto the backstretch. He might get himself a refreshment or relieve himself.
Tell you what, I did that a couple of times earlier on today. So this is going to be an interesting restart for the simple fact that Ray Afana for the first time will not be bringing the field back to green flag racing. And for the drivers on the inside line, people who have been, kind of adapting to Afana's restart, people like Kevin King, Chris Overland, Carl Village, sat on that inside lane, they're going to have to be very careful that they don't try and over-anticipate the start, because the last thing they're going to want to do is run into the back of each other.
That's true. You just got to be on your toes and go when the car in front of you goes. Many wrecks have happened when people are trying to overstate the start.
So the lights are out on the pace
They're
car.
out.
Logan Cathcart getting himself the wave round. That will put him back on the lead lap. And that will give us 30 drivers on the lead lap with 90 laps scored complete here at the World 600. 90 of 400 laps even scored complete. If it's 40 laps, we'll be done already and we'll be in bed.
Yeah, and is your race leader, followed by Ray Afala, Kevin King, Michael Connie, and Chris Overland is back up into the top 5.
Yeah, and don't forget, you can join in the discussion on Twitter using the hashtag IRWorld600. Use the hashtag IRWorld600 to tell us your thoughts on the World 600 here on Glacier TV. And also, who do you think is going to be your race winner come the end of this race?
Well, John, is it time for the announcers to speculate on who they think might win or who their favorites are yet, or should we wait until we're halfway?
I think we should wait, but I'm thinking Steve Sheehan and Ray Afala are showing their muscles, as Steve Sheehan is bringing them off of turn 4 for another restart on lap 92.
And I'm thinking Tyler Hudson's looking good.
Sounds good. And Steve Sheehan is on the gas. He gets a great jump on Ray Afala.
Green flag.
Can anybody else get past Ray Afala?
Oh,
No, Ray Afala jumps right in behind.
I think that was a bit of synchronized JR Motorsports timing there, and that was beautifully done. Kevin King, he's locked himself into the 3rd position, but Afana, he's going to have trouble, having to work to try and get himself back to the lead with cars behind him for the first time in this race, and it's going to be interesting to see how Afana copes with this.
Watching your man, Rantality Hudson, currently in the 8th position, trying to get 7th from Jason Karlovy on the high side. Looks like he's just going to come down low and fall in right behind him. Ooh, crossover!
Top 5 are single file. I think for them, they smell the opportunity to start putting pressure on these JR Motorsports cars. And you see they're lined up 3rd through 6th pretty much. You've got Kevin King in 3rd, Michael Conti in 4th. Oh, look at that, Afana having a look down to the inside. Into turn 1, wasn't quite close enough. As Conti, he's getting a good run through turn 1 and 2, but not poking his nose down there yet. Overland's currently sat in the 5th position, but 3rd, 4th and 5th, they realise if they start fighting with each other, those 2 cars ahead of them, they're just going to disappear into the sunset. Afana and Sheehan will just drive away, because they're doing so pretty much at the moment, even though these guys are hooked up nose to tail.
Yeah, Steve Sheehan and Ray Afala are just hooked up. They're the class of the field. Nobody really has that much to them.
And up hope a little bit.
Currently
He's
watching
down to the
Chris
inside.
Overland in the 5th position.
Conti down on the inside. This is the battle for the 3rd position. Coming into turn number 3. Conti down the inside, and he has to back out the front a little bit by getting a good run through the middle of the corner on Kevin King on the Alpine Stars car. Almost free wide. You see that over and giving a little bit of a push to that Brixton Chassis Works car of Michael Conti. Through turn number 1 they go. Conti gets position.
I wouldn't say so. Look at Kevin King car working his way on the outside. It looks like Chris Overland wants to try to go on that outside right behind him. Good race for the third position.
The role of the joke is being played here by Chris Overland because he's just pushing these drivers too wide all around the racetrack. Half the lap he'll be pushing one car, half the lap he'll be pushing the other. It looks as though Overland just wants
good.
to...
Another bump for Michael Conti.
Yeah.
He doesn't know who to go with.
And what this is doing is this allowing Hudson and Keto to just stay with this group.
As Kevin King is working that high side still. And it looks like Michael Conti does in fact clear him with... No, Kevin King is fighting back.
Great racing there in battle for the third position. And I tell you what, at the same time...
Overland got a little bit loose. Here comes Nick Ottinger.
And falling back then for Chris Overland. But no, he's got the high side work running well there. And now if he can get a good draft down the back straightaway, drag race, 2 wide, 2 deep, 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th position on the racetrack. And they're still going to be like this as they come off of turn number 3 and 4. Jason Carvillage is starting to feed into this battle. But there is Tyler Hudson, sat in the 8th position. He can now draft up to this group because of the fact that they're running 2 wide for the most part, 3rd through 7th.
Boy, there has been some great side-by-side racing going on here in the last few laps throughout the field. There's about 6 different battles where they're 2x2. It's good stuff.
I do love watching that run. The outside car can get on the exit of the corner because that front car has to keep it pinched down. Looks like Michael Conti does, in fact, finally get by Kevin King. You think they can run down those leaders? They are currently 2 seconds behind Steve Sheehan and Ray Afala.
And that 2 wide, 2 deep racing contribute. Oh, tonight you see that Ottinger having to get off the throttle. This will give Overland a little bit of momentum on the outside there. But every time they go 2 wide like that, all they're doing is allowing those 2 drivers ahead of Afala and Sheehan to just pull away by a couple of tenths a lap. And as soon as you get to about that 9/10 of a second bracket, the draft's gone. I tell you what, Overland still looks as though he's in a hurry, but so is Conti, and we've got a great battle. Pretty much 3rd all the way through to 10th.
There they go again. Conti's got a little bit of break, and looks like Overland wants to break into that 4th position.
So yeah, Overland now on the inside, Kevin King on the outside. Oh,
wow, close. Look how close that is.
Oh, no, he's been. This
Overland is
is
in the wall.
Big
King,
wreck.
Nick Ottinger.
This is the worst place to have a wreck in a number of cars. 7, 8 cars.
Still.
That is not what you want to see here. And cars coming to a stop. We are under caution, obviously, there. But that was a huge wreck there. Started by Chris Overland and Kevin King coming off of turn number 4. It looked as though King just brushed the wall a little bit, and that just turned him into Chris Overland, spinning Overland around there, and then carnage ensuing all around. As King was spinning around, it forced drivers down onto the apron. Tyler Hudson looks like he just managed to pump his way up and back onto the racetrack there. A great save by him. But
Will,
wow.
that is a huge hit by Chris Overland right into where the wall curves for the deep portion. That's a bad wreck.
Yeah,
he was not able to get back to the pits either.
That is not the place that you'd ever want to be involved in a wreck. Coming off a turn before, your car spun like that, you are doing 190 miles an hour, hitting the wall. Scary, scary impact there for Chris Overland. As I have to say, Nick Ottinger, he was spinning around in circles there as well. Drivers, for the most part, being able to thread their way through. Good communication again by the drivers, pretty much all of them slowing down to a stop. Seafort Newsburn was involved in that wreck, however. Brandon Schmidt was. They came together a little bit. I'm not sure how much damage they have, however.
I'm going to get in touch with our camera person, see if we cannot go on board with the number 2 of Tyler Hudson, because he made that fantastic move. And after this wreck, he's going to go into the 4th position.
Wow.
See if we can get in touch with Yoni, see if we can get on board with the number 2 machine.
Meanwhile, the pace, not the pace car, pit road battle has been won by Ray Alfada. He's managed to get himself back into the first position, getting himself ahead of Michael Conti. Jason Carmody in third, Hudson fourth, Duval, Crawford.
Well, for some reason, Steve Sheehan is still in the pits right now.
Yeah, he is sat there. Last driver, sat down the pit lane. I'm having a look back to see if he had any damage to his race car, but yeah, he came
looks
down
just
pit
fine to
lane.
me. That pace car's coming off turn 4 right now. There, he's moving right now. Wow. You want to watch some excitement? We're going to have to watch him through the field.
Maybe he got pit road, entered the pits too fast.
No, it's not possible.
And as you can see, we just went on board with Tyler D. Hudson. That was a great move by the number 2 machine.
Great move. Bouncing, and I tell you what, I have had to do that a couple of times in the past. That grass is so slippery, and you have to hold your wheel so tightly and beg for forgiveness as you go over
especially in a Delara. How well?
Oh, God, don't remind me.
So, your leader is Steve... No, I'm sorry. Your leader is Ray Alfalo with Steve Sheehan currently being showed in the 29th position.
Wow. Conti is sat in second, Carvelich in third, Duval fourth, Crawford fifth, Keaton in sixth, then Schmidt, Burmeister, Crockett and Hudson rounding out your top 10. And, John, you can laugh about me about the IndyCar all you want. Who wins the world record for qualifying again?
That would be you, Will.
Yeah.
Hey, but also we can. There's plenty of world records that our team has.
Yeah.
And you know that world record is over me by about 10. Well, I mean 1/100th.
You know, Tyler Hudson had to pit again. He may have had some optional repairs to go ahead and take care of when he was mowing the lawn, which was, by the way, a fantastic save, as we all saw.
Yeah, Randy, I did see that. As you saw him, he did bounce across where the Legends Oval meets the grass, so he might have got a tiny bit of suspension damage there.
The part of Carl Edwards we played today by Tyler D. Hudson.
Well, at least he didn't go flying into the catch fence.
No, thank God. I am really going to be interested to see how Sheehan does now. Scored in the 25th position. I didn't see why he didn't come back down there to top up, get a little bit more fuel.
Well, the lights are once again off the top of the pace car. We are on lap 107. We have completed about, we're going to go ahead and say 28% of the race. We just passed the quarter mark. Michael Conti is on the outside of Ray Alfalo with Jason Carlevy, Brandon Catelli, and Jared Crawford, not a name we've said too much of tonight, running in their 5th position.
And guys, when we go back to Green Flag Racing this time by, we are going to show you the sights and sounds of Charlotte Motor Speedway. So, get that knob, turn it to the right, crank it all the way up, and listen as we show you Charlotte Motor Speedway in all of its beauty and glory. Ray Alfada, he is your race leader. Michael Conti in second. Jason Carvelich in third. Dylan Duval in fourth. And Jared Crawford rounding out your top 5.
I'm going to be keeping my eye on Steve Sheehan. Looks like he's going to be restarting in the 21st position. So you guys keep your eye on the front. I'm going to watch this guy.
And here we are. Alfada, pace car in. Green flag. Enjoy the sights and sounds of Charlotte Motor Speedway. So as they come across the line, Ray Farah puts 109th lap into the bag. He is your race leader. Conti is in second. Conti a bit rejuvenated by A to stick with those guys early in the last stint. However, he has only got Ray Farah to deal with now, seeing as his teammates come all the way back to the rear of the field. Being one of the last drivers on the lead lap. Carlish is in third, Duval in fourth, Crawford in fifth. And I tell you what, John, just as I was looking through that field there, your USAF car going 3 wide yet again in the number 22 machine.
You know what? He's up in the 19th spot. He's got a little bit of damage still, but he's hanging in there. And Steve Sheehan restarted 23rd. That restart, he is currently in 19th, so he's just picking them off one by one. You can expect him to be up there by the end of this race.
I thought you were going to say when he
just came over the radio to let him by. He realizes how fast that car is.
Easiest thing to do, tuck in behind him, let him pull you around the racetrack for a couple of laps if you can. And, you know, it's early in the race. It's still a case of run your race. You don't need to be running anyone else's race until that last 50 laps. In the meantime, it is a case of just get yourself to that point where you can fight for position. I always say that these long races are almost like a 500-mile qualifying race with a 100-mile sprint, because that is what this race is going to be.
Currently on board with Steve Sheehan for a little bit. Your top 5 are Ray Alfala, Michael Conti, Jason Carleby, Dylan Duval, and Jared Crawford. A couple of new players in the top 5, huh?
Yeah, Ryan, I'm going to bring you into this. We're at quarter distance now. You know, you've got yourself through those first couple of wrecks. You settle down, you've got yourself a bit of rhythm. Now what do you do?
Now you just kind of sit back and bide your time and I would assume save your equipment as best you can. I would honestly think that at this point in time we probably will see a long green flag run. The green flag runs have gotten a little bit longer over the last few yellows that we've had, so we'll see. But it's time to relax a little bit. You're only, like you say, you're just over a quarter of the way over with this race, and there's still a long way to go.
A very long way to go in this race. I completely agree with you. And I think that these drivers, as you say, they've got themselves through that difficult first 100 miles. And now this 200 miles, it's going to calm down a bit. You see, only a little bit of 2-wide racing as I'm looking through the field, and that is a battle for the 15th position. Crozier is down on the inside there. Doucet getting himself the position from Crozier. I tell you what, Crozier in that number 29 Club England machine, doing a good job there representing us English drivers. So I'm allowed to be a tiny bit biased ahead of him, however. It looks as though they really are starting to get themselves spread out. We're looking at John Adams quickly in number 11, Xlander Design Solutions car. He is doing a stunning job out there at the moment. And then you've got ahead of him Brandon Keitel, currently sat in 7th in number 17 HendricksCars.com machine. He is closing up a little bit to the rear of Brandon Schmidt, who's currently sat in the 6th position in that Gale Force Suspension.com number 8 machine. And don't forget, everyone will be back for the next stage of the World Tour on July 27th and 28th. On July the 27th, the Grand Am iRacing Super Weekend on the Brickyard. And then the NASCAR Brickyard 400 on July the 28th. So all of these guys racing around one of the most famous racetracks in the world. Brickyard 400, July 27th, as always, on Glacier TV.
That'll be an interesting race watch. I might have to come back and help you guys commentate that one as well, if you'll have me.
No, of course not. Meanwhile, out front, Afara gaps in himself and Michael Conti up to 1.1 second. Afara is so good at the start of this run. What I want to know is how good is he going to be at the end? But still, we're only going to see him by himself. We're not going to see him working through traffic. And this is what I think Afara got behind his teammates for earlier. So at some point, he's going to have to start dealing with this traffic. And how he works with that will really affect how his race will continue.
As you can see, Dylan Duval has gotten by Jason Carleby for that 3rd position. We'll see if he's got anything going. And the one thing we have not seen is a green flag run. What if some of these cars get a little bit faster over the run?
So true
Yeah,
to us.
yeah, good point, John. I was wondering that myself. I mean, 17 laps is as far as we have gone so far during a green flag run. And if these cars can do, say, 50 laps, we haven't even seen half of what a setup can provide over the long run. And as we all know, cars change their characteristics over a long run. So kind of anxious to see, and hopefully we get a long green flag run and see if positions change.
And for those who want to know what, apart from the fact that you get to see more racing rather than sat behind the pace car, what do these tyres do, John, over the course of a run that really creates a challenge in these cars?
Only I can think of is when they heat up, pressures come up and it gets a little bit more slick. You just got to have that perfect setup to see when those pressures come up, maybe get a little bit more speed out of it.
So to run through your top 5 momentarily, Ray Afala, serial race leader, gap between himself and Michael Cornty is now up to 1.6 seconds across the line. Last time by is Afala. He actually got himself a little bit loose coming off of turn number 2 there. Very, very close to the wall there. And Duval, he's sat in the 3rd position with Jared Crawford in 4th, Jason Cartilage rounding out your top 5. And 122
Brandon
laps.
Schmidt actually just moved by Jason Carlovy for the 5th spot.
Yeah, great move by him there.
I watch Rafaela too. He does get a little bit loose, but to watch Rafaela, I think it'd be called controlled chaos because he is in perfect control, even if it doesn't look like it to us.
Just very quickly to run through the list of official retirements. Martin Tuck is out of the race. Randy Hockaday, Jordan Hightower, Harrison Wildnitz, Wayne Agel, Josh Jones, Justin Thompson, Wes Wiedemann, and Thomas D. Smith are classified as out of the race. And so that means we have got ourselves 7 retirements. We still have 9... No, sorry, I take that back. We've got more than that. We have 28 cars on the lead lap. Paul Clean is the last car on the lead lap, 17 seconds behind the race leader. So he's not going to get laps anytime soon, but he's got to be careful because he's getting close to that kind of sticky bomb 10-second margin.
And Will, remember what I said, Steve Sheehan started this run in 23rd. He is currently in your 12th position, putting a lot of pressure on the number 17 of Brandon Catelli. In fact, Brandon Catelli will let him go in turn 3. He will take over that 11th spot. He'll be in the top 10 momentarily. I bet he can drive all the way past Michael Conti into 2nd if this run doesn't in fact go for a long way.
Yeah, and I have to say, Sheehan driving through the field. If it reminds me of anything, I'm going to have to pick Homestead, the Ford 400 last year. But doing a great job getting his way back through the field. I still want to know what the issue was with him on that pit stop. We'll try and find out for you and get back. But
a great run off of turn 2 to get past Trey Jarrell for the inside of the top 10. That's what I'm going to point out. We have not heard a lot of Trey Jarrell. That's a great run for that number 14 machine.
Yeah, definitely. And it's one of those things that sometimes the less attention you get, the stronger you can go in the race.
Currently watching Steve Sheehan trying to compare his lap times to Ray Alfala. He is in fact faster than Ray Alfala in traffic. That is awesome.
We've got ourselves a nice 5-car train going on from 7th all the way through to the 12th position. That is the cars of John Adams, Benjamin Burmeister, Simon Crokar, Steve Sheenan, Trey Jarrell, and Brendan Cattell. These drivers, I was about to say they've been single-filing it, trying to get a bit of momentum, but for the most, now they've just got themselves too wide a little bit. This is going to back that pack up a little bit further, but allowing the top 10 to get away a bit more.
As you can see, Steve Sheehan is trying to get behind the fast between Benjamin Borgmeister and Simon Crokar, but he just can't get by him. The track is blocked. Before we get long, he might say these guys are going too slow and take him 3 wide. Currently in the 10th position, just stuck behind those 2 slower cars in front of him.
And how annoying is that,
And there he goes to the inside.
And how annoying is that, John, to have that going too wide on the outside and then just have your momentum torn away from you at the last minute.
Randy may have stepped away for a bit, but Steve Sheehan is currently on the inside of Benjamin Borgmeister for the 8th position. An amazing drive from the back of the pack for Steve Sheehan. Well, you asked this question earlier. I'm going to pick Steve Sheehan for my pick this race.
10-4. I'll tell you mine at the end of that 400.
Oh, that's cheap, Will.
No, Will. Hindsight's 2020.
Yes. 130 laps now scored complete in the books here at the World 600 on Glacier TV. Will Vincent, Jonathan Goik, Randy Quesno, Yoni Backman, your broadcast team for this evening. And one more time, don't forget you can join in the action on Twitter. Use the hashtag IRWorld600. That is hashtag IRWorld600 to get in contact with us. Tell us your thoughts and who you think is going to win the race here tonight. Ray Fowler, he is still your race leader, doing a great job out front. But did you expect anything less from Ray Fowler? Always a driver who performs best on the big stage. And right now, he has got himself a 2.6 second gap to Michael Conti in second, Dylan DeVals in third, Brendan Schmidt in fourth. Jason Carvillage is rounding out your top 5.
You know,
If
you
I'm
also
not
have to
mistaken,
wonder.
this has got to be the longest run. Is that right, Randy?
Yeah, it's over 17 laps.
This got pointed out. Looks like Jared Crawford. We were talking about him being up in the 4th and 5th spot. He has fallen back to 7th behind John Adams and Jason Carlovy, who has gotten back inside the top 5. Rounding out your top 10 are, of course, Steve Sheehan in 8th, Simon Kruckart, and Benjamin Boardmeister.
Yeah, John, we have about a 25-lap green flag run working here. You know, the other thing I wonder is with the NASCAR, you're able to pit and get some optional repairs and fix your car to where it's, you know, 99% or better. I wonder how many of these guys have damage that they're not up to 99%, but yet they're saving their one reset for maybe the second half of the race, and they're just kind of hanging on, and, you know, so they've got that little insurance, if you will. You think that's possible?
Well, see, that's the scary thing. You don't have the option to turn the reset on or off, so if they have the smallest bit of damage, regardless, on their next pit stop, they will have to take their reset.
You can't unfortunately stay out all race long because eventually you run out of fuel.
That's a good point.
Currently having a look at Joe Salmon. He is currently sat in the 13th position in that Quaker State Go Daddy number 30 machine. For him, he is just kind of in no man's land at the moment, but he's got Stephen Gilbert and Tyler D. Hudson, Brandon Keatle, and that behind him. But then he's closing a little bit on that Kevin King, Che Growell group.
Well, we got a good battle for 20th on back. Josh Button, Richard Crozier, Nick Ottinger back in 23rd. And also Armando Vargas. They're duking it out back here, looking pretty good. Who cares if it's your 20th position? Get every position you can.
Yeah, and I have to say that Ottinger does look as though he has a little bit of fender damage. In fact, quite a lot of fender damage on that number 6 Ream machine. So I think for him, it's just a case of let's get this going a little bit. And I don't know, Ottinger, he's doing a good job. Although I think he's trying to get used to having that damage race car on him. And it'll take him a good few laps more to see if he can get that high side working the way he's trying to get it done at the moment.
And a little bit farther back, Chris Overland is back in 30th position, 2 laps down after his wreck.
I just
Nick Ottinger and the 29 come together a little bit?
I was about to say that Nick Ottinger, he just got himself on that bump on the outside of the back straightaway. You talked about it earlier. As he gets himself into the wall again there, oh, so close to hitting the wall as he comes down the front straightaway a 3rd time. But it was just a thing that I think for Ottinger, once he gets himself onto that bump with that damaged race car, it's scary enough as it is running all the way towards the wall here. And for that car, it looks like he just can't handle it as it comes off in turn 2.
You know, the reason I asked that question earlier, take Tyler Hudson, for instance. He started in the back, worked his way up to the front, made that great save through the grass, had to make 2 or 3 pit stops for obvious optional repairs, and you look at him now and he's fallen back about 10 seconds. So that's what kind of makes me think that maybe he didn't take a reset, and maybe he's saving it for the next yellow or later in the race. I think that's quite possible, so I guess we'll find out later on.
But let's not forget that, as you said earlier, the tiniest amount of damage is what all it takes. So For these drivers, that's probably playing heavily on their minds, and in the last 50 laps, that might come to the strategy as well. One thing that's concerning
We
me
just
a
had
little
a
bit.
big scramble back in the pack. Brandon Kelly, the 17, amongst others. But not exactly a call. Ooh, that 29 of Richard Crozier is in the wall. Big time on the back straightaway.
Oh, no, Crozier. Flying the flag for
We
Club
stayed
England.
green, but a number of cars did get damage in that scuffle.
Yes, the Crozier flying the flag for England this evening, having trouble as we've got 140 laps scored complete here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. Disappointing there for Crozier as he's now put himself back into the 22nd position.
Well, Steve Sheehan is now in your 4th position as he crosses the stripe. A great drive, and he's only 6 seconds behind your leader, Ray Alfala.
That's amazing.
From 23rd to 4th, and an amazing drive. So now he sets his sights on Brendan Schmidt in the number 8 machine, currently about a second ahead of him.
So it looks as though that, you know, Sheehan has really got the car to work through traffic. Whether that will transfer over to a Farder's car, that'll be the interesting part. As Sheehan is now hunting down Brandon Schmidt. That he's probably going to make such light work of him. It's going to be unbelievable. Draft up to the rear, get a slingshot down the straightaway, into the corners, and bump.
And looks for the first time, Ray Alfala is coming up on lap traffic. He is on the same straightaway as him, so we'll see if he can negotiate his way through there. His first, he's going to catch Paul E. Klein, I believe, and Matthew Lodgen.
Yeah, we're 35 laps into that green flag run, so let's see how long these tires and gas are going to last for a full stint.
And as Steve Sheehan makes easy work of the number 8 of Brandon Schmidt for the 3rd position.
That was a little bit beyond easy work there. Sheehan just dove down to the inside. Job done. Pretty much he only had to turn the wheel and get position there. Next victim is going to be Michael Conti, but gap between himself and Conti is 3 seconds. So Sheehan really needs to put those laps in now. Just get himself up to the rear of that car, and then he does it like he did last time. By the time he gets himself into the slipstream, he just needs to make the one move and it'll be job done.
Honestly, it makes for great viewing. Steve Sheehan should start from the back every restart. Because that was just an amazing drive. 20 positions over the course of a green flag run.
Oh yeah, our biggest mover twice already in this race, getting himself up from 40th position earlier on into the lead, and they're doing exactly the same thing again. I really do think Sheehan's going to win the Tony Stewart Award for most positions gained.
Definitely.
Will, may I ask
Most
you a
car
question?
passed in general.
Will, John, what time is it in England right now?
It's called Shut Up, I Want to Go to Bed to Clock.
What did he say?
I said that Ray Alfala is your race leader. Sheehan is maintaining that gap to Alfala, but catching Michael Conti.
And I'm going to compare Ray Alfala's lap times. He just ran a 29.483, and Steve Sheehan in your 3rd position ran a 29.362. So he's faster. He's definitely faster by over a tenth.
Yeah, but it's going to be a case of, if we get green flag pit stops, who's the best in, best out? If we don't get green flag pit stop, has Alfala done something else? Maybe eke out a little bit extra of those tyres or that fuel?
Have to wait and see, because we have to be coming up on green flag pit stops.
Oh yeah.
As the number 39 of Matthew Lodgen in the 26th position gives away to race leader Ray Alfala. So that will put us with 25 cars currently on the lead lap. Next on Alfala's hit list, Brandon Bowie and Dwayne Vincent. As Ray Alfala starts lap 150 of this 600-mile race. Well, Randy, this field is definitely spread out, isn't it?
Yeah, and I was looking at the lap times. It looks like on lap 108, Ray Alfalo ran a 28.401, and we look at his last laps at a 29.481. So on lap 149. So you can see the fall off there.
Ray Alfalo, you're racing coming off of turn 4, currently working lap 152. Got him. Looks like he has currently got himself a 4.5 second gap back to Michael Conti. We've got pit stops are currently happening. Paul Nicholas Cooper and Eddie A. Smith have elected to come down pit road. You know what this means? This is gonna make your leaders come down because they don't want to lose that much time to the other cars with the fresh tires. Yeah, Alfalo works off turn 4 yet again, waiting to see when he is going to make his way down to the pit row.
For Alfalo, though, I think that because of the fact he's the leader, he's probably used his tyres a lot less than everyone else. So for him, it's the case of, well, I might as well wait until I have to, because at the end of the day, I don't want to be pinned a lap down in case caution comes out.
That's a good point, but I brought up the point that if he stays out there, the cars that have pitted are going to gain so much time on him for those fresh tires.
Yeah, but the nice thing is, with Ray Alfalo having a 5-second lead over second place, if his fall off is only 1 second, you know, over what he's doing, you know, he's not going to lose that much by staying out, and what that will do will set him up later on for something better. Now, if it was a tight, close race for the top guys, yeah, I definitely agree, but as they're spread out, I think Ray's going to stay out and milk it for all he can.
I just want to look at Paul Nicholas Cooper. This is going to show you right here what fresh tires can do. Paul Nicholas Cooper is about to pass your race leader.
Yeah, and I think for Alfalo, you know, the drivers like that, they just need to remember what their strategy is. It's so easy sometimes to just drag yourself down pit lane too early, but I'm sure that these JR Motorsports guys, especially, have just, you know, they've gone through their options. They know how long they can go on a set of tyres before the fall-off becomes too unbearable. And for them, it's just a case of hitting a number now. Because let's not forget, not only are they going to be taking tyres, at some point they'll need to start thinking about fuel strategy as well. And that fuel strategy towards the end of the race, just like Jr., is going to be critical.
You know, you're right, Will. With Ray Alfalo being passed by a car that had been lapped, you know, he's lost about 10, 20 car lengths to him, but he's not in the pit yet. He's staying out.
He is trying to get as much as he can out of that fuel tank, because you never know. If he stays out just even 4 laps more than everybody else, that's 4 laps he'll have at the end of the race.
Yeah, and the nice thing is Ray can afford to do that because he has a nice little 5-second cushion over second place. Now,
A 5-second cushion over Steve Sheehan, that is. He has moved into your second position from 23rd. And as we say that, Mike Conti in the 3rd position, he's going to hit pit road this time by.
Alfalo stays out to do another lap.
And Michael Conti has entered the pit road. Here he comes. Getting down to 45 miles an hour at the line.
See, this is the point where I'm scrambling for my pit limiter, but not in these cars. And Conti there, nice entry. A 29.955 entry lap that was, which I have to say is pretty good when you compare it to the drivers around him. And Randy Schmidt, lots on the way in.
Steve Sheehan has hit the pit road from the 2nd position. His great drive is on the pit road. He was he was fast. I wonder if he sped.
I'm having a look back.
Like he had
That was way too close.
Let's see if it holds him. He's filling up. Get left side tires. It's holding him, guys. He's dead.
And Ray Alcala coming into pit.
So your race leader,
Here
Ray
comes your leader,
Alcala.
Ray Alcala, on the pit road without incident.
Heartbreak there for Sheehan.
It seems like Steve Sheehan cannot get a break tonight.
Yeah, Alcala did everything right. Sheehan just one tiny bit too early, and I know how bad that can be. And, you know, a little bit too late in the break, all of a sudden you lost yourself 20 seconds in a race. That is always the most heartbreaking thing ever to see pop up, is black flag.
He's not going to lose a lap, so he's just hoping he can see a caution. But as Ray Alcala makes his way directly onto the racetrack and back to group, well, back on the track.
We have ourselves our third green flag race leader in John Adams. Finally becoming our third leader here today. In the World 600 presented by Glacier TV, Will Vincent, Randy Cosmo and Jonathan Goke are all in the booth. Hello everyone.
Jared Crawford looks like he's going to lead a lap through the pit stops. He had a fantastic pit entry. I was watching him come in there. What a great entry. Perfectly 45 miles an hour at the line.
Oh yeah, and in these cars you've got to be so careful. Bring it not only down this pit lane, and you've got to get through the gears without, you know, spinning the car or blowing the engine. And then once you're in pit lane itself, it's a case of keep that foot steady at 45 miles an hour, because you do not want to get yourself your speeding penalty just by putting that accelerator pedal down even half an inch too far.
Ray Alcala currently coming up on some more lap traffic. He cycles back to be the leader about, we're going to say, 6 seconds ahead of Michael Conti. Dylan Duval will end up being in your third position.
So after a very difficult start to the World 600, a long green flag run here, just like we saw earlier today in the Indy 500, the iRacing Indianapolis 500. Lots of cautions and lots of green flag runs.
And here we go again. Well, Steve Sheehan is now marked in the 17th position, 21 seconds behind Alcala.
Wow. And for Alcala, you know what, I think Sheehan's not going to get caught, but he needs a caution, and he needs one sooner rather than later.
Alcala currently working lap 166 of this 400 lap race. He's in pretty heavy lap traffic at the moment. Directly in front of him is Eddie Smith, currently in position number 31, 8 laps down to Alcala. So Randy, coming up on halfway, do you see anything interesting at this point?
Yeah, what I see is I think Sheehan's going to be just fine if he just stays on the lead lap. I mean, with as many laps as we have to go, I gotta believe there's going to be another caution. And he's running lap times equivalent to or better than Ray Alcala, so I don't think he has that much to worry about, other than he just needs to stay in front of Ray, and I think he'll be fine.
I agree, definitely.
Oh yeah, definitely. But I think that for Alcala right now, doesn't need to worry about his teammate. He just needs to worry about keeping that gap as high.
There's yellow right there. Yellow flag is out. Trying to
and with all that said,
with
all that said, I think Steve Sheehan is one happy guy right now.
Not sure what caused that caution, boys.
I'm having a look back, and it looks as though
I think it's because the number 9 car, Cyril Nubasan, pulled off the track onto the road course section, but I'm not sure why that caused a caution.
Yeah, and there's no drivers at all who are spinning or doing anything of any relevance.
Yep, the number 9 pulled off onto the road course section, way out of harm's way, but looks like it caused a caution anyway. So definitely what Steve Sheehan was looking for.
So this caution was debris.
No, they don't do that, do they?
No, they'd never throw a debris caution in NASCAR, never.
So at the point of caution, we had 19 cars on the left, with Armando Vargas being your number 19th car. We got Ray Alfala in first, Michael Connie in second, Dylan Duvall in third, Brandon Schmidt is fourth, and Jason Carlovy rounds out your top 5 in the number 5 car.
Yeah, and you got 8 cars, one lap down, so I got to lead those 1 lap car down. Well, no, it looks like some of them are going to stay out, so, well, this is going to be interesting. Some are going to maybe not get the wave around they were hoping for.
Well, you got, like you said, you counted them. There are 7 cars 1 lap down, so you got to imagine they're going to want to try to get their lap back on the wave around. And I see most of them are staying out. They just pitted, so it's not like they're going to lose much.
But your leader, Ray Alfala, came down and pitted.
Yes, he did. And he leads the race off pit road, followed by Dylan Duvall, Michael Connie, Brandon Schmidt, and Kevin King. And well, once again, Steve Sheehan is sitting in his pits. I can't imagine that he has damage, because he's too fast.
I have no idea. Yeah, I don't get it. Because he can't be taking a penalty, he's just sat there. So let's reset it for you momentarily. Drivers getting themselves a wave by this time. Looks as though there might be a couple of them getting it, because actually, let's have a look to see if any of these cars come down pit lane this time. But
it look like there's going to be a good many wave rounds.
Yeah, a good number of wave rounds, and this will give us about 27 cars on the lead lap. That's going to be interesting.
Well, there are 12 cars in front of your leader, Ray Alfala, about to get the wave around.
So, let's have a look. It'll be Dwayne Vincent getting the wave around with Paul E. Clean, Brendan Cato, Brandon Bree, Logan Cathart, Joe Salma, Josh Helsey, Richard Crozier, and Eddie D. Smith. They are all getting themselves the wave around of this caution.
Oh my, looks like we have a little drama. Looks like possibly someone on the track is thinking that Cyril pulled off on the road course to intentionally bring out a caution flag. Oh my.
Good thing we don't know anything about that.
Drama? Intentional cautions? Never.
One team blaming another team. Boy, that sounds familiar.
Bad story, Randy.
Well, as a reporter, we have to be objective. And
exactly.
That's what's going on here in the spectator chat, or the racer chat, as I'm looking at it.
Can you imagine if actual drivers could have their little chat box up?
Well, they do. We hear it live on TV.
That Mr. Brad Keselowski likes to tweet.
Yeah? Hey, Brad. Even though you're not watching. So let's reset it for you momentarily. The driver's going to get the wave around this time by. We're going to go back to Green Flag Racing with 163 laps. Scored a complete here at the World 600 on Glacier TV. Will Vincent, Jonathan Goke, Randy Krosner, Yoni Backman in the booth. Will Vincent needs a nap for 15 minutes, but he's not allowed to have one, unfortunately.
Well, I think you're looking at the wrong car. We are on lap 172. Quit trying to get a nap.
Oh, shut up. We're going to go back to Green Flag Racing this time by We have got Ray Afana on the inside of row number 1. We've got Dylan Duval, Michael Conti, Brandon Smith, Kevin King, Jason Kovalich, John Adams, Tyler D. Hudson, Trey Drowell, and Jared Crawford in your top 10.
And I'll take his green flag here. Ray Afala with Dylan Duval on his outside is coming off a turn for 1 lap time to start lap 173 of this 400 lap World 600 event. Currently coming off the corner, pace car ducks on in, and Ray Afala is on the gas, green flag. And that inside line once again gets a pretty good jump, but they're pretty even actually. Michael Conti drives by into the second position. Dylan Duval falls back into third in front of Kevin King. Brandon Schmidt on the outside with a good run. And contact there. Did you see that between Jason Carlovy and Brandon Schmidt?
That was close to being a big wreck again there. And Carlovich there, he's down on the inside line, but Hudson been able to get himself around pretty much. Yes, he does manage to sneak back in there.
Yep, Hudson is there. That's Randy's man right there. Hudson is on the move. Into 6th position. So we know Randy has picked Hudson. I have picked Sheehan, which you can't pick off Alec because that's just too easy.
I'll pick Overland, why not? There we are. Job done. Pick a car.
All right.
I think it could be any one of the top 10 drivers still. You know, if strategy goes the wrong way, then someone like a Afana will have to work his way through the field. People like Conti at the moment, they are able to hang with Afana. Same with Dylan Duval, Kevin King, Brandon Schmidt, Tyler Hudson. See Hudson, he's looking down to the inside there of Brandon Schmidt in the battle for the 5th position. Down to the inside of that ADA sign Raps.com car. Job done. Put Hudson up into your top 5.
And behind them, Steve Sheehan has moved into the 13th position behind Trey Jarrell, Nick Ottinger, and Benjamin Burgemeister, who is currently your number 10 car. Currently single file, though, the top 10 is. Looks like they're trying to just get back into a long green flag run.
It's that keyword once again, rhythm. And our fun fact of the day, presented by Yoni Batman, is the least pit stops from the drivers remaining in the race is 6. So all these drivers have already made at least 6 drives down pit road. And we saw that through the majority of the start of this race. See, Tyler Hudson there, he got himself a bit of internet issues.
Oh, they're jumbling behind in the 25th position. Looks like Steve Minson. He was actually 32nd. 26 laps down. Very loose in the back.
Chris Overland in the number 13 machine. He is trying to do a little bit of a drive through the field. Currently scored 1 lap down in the 29th position. So he has got all of that work to do for the time being in the number 13.
Good race for 11th, 12th, and 13th. Sheehan is going to follow Benjamin Burgemeister on the high side. Past Trey Jarrell, he backs out to get back to the preferred bottom line.
So
in fact, he wants to try to push Trey by him.
Yeah. And this is the point where I think, you know, those team tactics might start to come in a little bit. Especially if you've got a car pinned a lap down or something. It might be that time where you want to start helping him out just a little bit. Don't be working up 224. We're not working up 224. What am I talking about?
180, Will.
As Steve Sheehan gets past Benjamin Burgemeister for that position, he's now on the inside of Trey Jarrell for the 11th position. Well done. As Ray Afala is currently, he's got another second lead over Michael Conti. He just drives away.
So let's start running through the field momentarily. Let's start with Brea Fana. I mean, there really hasn't been any driver, with the exception of Sheehan, who's been able to put any form of pressure on a Fana at all this race. And it looks like he's really just got his car set up to drive, lead, turn laps. And if this race was to end now, he would, well, in the next 10 laps or so, he'd definitely be in the driving seat.
I agree 100% with that. Continuing your run through throw, Michael Conley in the number 7 machine has been steadily in the top 5 the entire race, so he's just biding his time to the end. He might not be able to beat Alfala, but I'd say second position in the top split of the World 600, pretty good place to be.
And then Dylan Duval, he's sat in the number 12 GSRacing.net machine. He is currently 1.8 seconds behind the race lead. He's been thereabouts in the top 15 all race long. Currently doing a great stint in that number 12 car, getting himself up and solidly into that third position. Kevin King, he is sat in the 4th position under a little bit of pressure from Tyler D. Hudson, but Kevin King is a name that we have seen since the drop of the green flag. Do not expect him to go anywhere at any point soon.
Yeah, and Brandon Schmidt currently in the 6th position. He's been up there along with everybody else in the top 10, just biding his time. Had some great, he's one of the cars that has an amazing time on the outside. He can really stick it on the outside and get that great run off the corner. As well as Jason Carleby currently in the 7th position. He's got John Adams and Pierre Crawford right behind him racing. John Adams, another one of those cars. Ooh, yep, I saw that too, Will.
John Adams into the wall there. He's now being freight trained by a number of these drivers. That puts him down into the 10th position, immediately trying to work down on the inside of Jared Crawford in the number 4 machine, but he's not really close enough to try and make a move. Coming down the back straight away, John Adams in that Xlander Design Solutions number 11 car. We've seen him, getting a few bumps and scrapes here and there, but nothing major for him. But I think that John Adams is really having to wrestle with his race car.
Yep. And there's Nick Oninger in the 11th position. Not that long ago, we talked about him being back in the 20th spot with damage. Looks like he's got it fixed, and he's fast once again.
Trey Jarrell's currently sat in the 12th.
Rounds out your top 10 positions.
Stop interrupting me, bitch. Trey Jarrell, he's currently sat in the 12th position in that number 14 machine. We haven't really talked about Jarrell much in this race. He has in that top 15 battle, like we talked about a number of these drivers. Trey Jarrell in that number 14, big to points on the back of him. He started this race in the 25th position, didn't qualify, so he is really managed to drive his way through the field pretty well. Simon Crowcar in that number 20, in that number 10 Energizer Target machine, started this race in the 5th position with a 28.039 qualifying lap, tying with Tyler D. Hudson, but he's at the time first, he gets to keep it. He's dropped back into the 13th position and 5.1 seconds behind the race lead.
Like everybody once again just settling into a rhythm for another long green flag run, setting up for the final 300 miles.
Yeah, so we've
Which
got...
is still a long time.
I was going to say, when you said for the final 300 miles, man, that's a long way to go. This is one heck of a long race.
Oh yeah, let's see that, too wide there. Just a little bit as a battling for the 11th and 12th positions. But that single fileness, it really has kicked in now. Drivers have finally got it into their head. The fact that they have got to ride it out, get themselves through some pit stops to get them some track position. Don't make the big moves too early, because the last thing you want is to have your car being painted across those yellow walls there.
Looking back to the middle of the pack, number 40, the Napa Auto Parts, John Button. He currently in 19th position. He's one of those drivers that's just real calm, collected, just going to wait for it, and I wouldn't be surprised to see him make a move as we get into the last 50 laps or so. So keep your eye out on number 40, John Button.
As you can see, we are on board with Steve Sheehan as he is currently running in the 6th position in the number 35 machine, 3.5 seconds behind Ray Alfala.
Yeah, he's making up some ground. I think he was like 4.2 seconds back, I don't know, 9 laps ago or so. So it looks like these guys are making
he just
a
took
move on
this away
Ray.
from Khaled Hudson. Whoa, big moment for the number 38 car. About a lap ago, he went streaming through the infield, but he was able to gather it back up. And Steve Sheehan takes 4th place away from Kevin King, on the move again.
And we're about when they come back to the flag there, we'll have 5 laps left to the halfway point. You know, I have to admit, when you're in a long race like this and you've been racing forever and you're going, man, when's this going to end? And then all of a sudden you get you're halfway there from the spotter. Oh my, that hurts.
I gotta do it again.
Well, the way the pace has progressed and then everything is kind of mellowed out, the second half of the race is going to go a lot quicker than the first quarter of the race.
Definitely, I agree 100%. It just looks like the entire field is spread out. There's not really that many there is no side-by-side racing throughout the field. They're just riding right now.
Yep, you're right, John. Everybody's just riding. I mean, with 26 cars on the lead lap and 2 cars 1 lap down, and then you got 3 more cars anywhere from 2 to 8 laps down. Everybody has sort of found their pace, found their rhythm, and just kind of settling in. And okay, let's just get this done, and let's start racing when there's maybe 50 laps to go. So maybe that's what we're going to see now. So for you viewers, it might be a little not as exciting as it was earlier, but you know, compliment these racers for really doing a nice job here in these last few laps.
Ray Alfala currently working lap 200 of 400. When he gets back to the start-finish line, he will receive the crossed white and black flag, for that signals the halfway point. And we are halfway in the World 600.
Okay, like Buckports, we're going to crank it up, and you can hear the sights and sounds of these motors and see the camera angles, and John and I are going to be quiet for a few laps here.
And I just want to point out, one of our early front runners, Jared Crawford, was running in position 11, coming off the backstretch on lap 199, just slowed down and just went to the low side, stopped his car. No, he actually hit the pit and just reset, and he actually retired.
Yeah, that's disappointing there for him, as he had a really good first half of the race, but, you know, we're into that second part, so you can almost flip the story of this race so far in reverse. That's how the second half of this race is going to go. For those of you joining us, we are currently working lap number 204. No, 205. 204 are now score complete here at the World 600 on Glacier TV with Will Fenton, Jonathan Go, Granny Cosno, and Yoni Bachman here in the booth. The story of this race so far, lots of cautions early, and then a nice long green flag run interrupted by a bizarre caution about a third of the way through the race as the car ended up down on the road section of the racetrack, bringing out the caution. Bizarre there. You see green flag pit stops looking like it might commence very soon. So, these two long green flag runs have shown us one very simple thing. Ray Afada really is the driver to beat here.
Yeah, you're
Well,
right,
I don't
Will.
know, because I'm still watching Steve Sheehan's time. He is a full tenth to sometimes 2 tenths faster. He is catching Ray Afala.
You know, I have to wonder if maybe Sheehan, his setup is more conducive to a long run, where Ray's is maybe more conducive to a shorter run. So I know that changes can be made in car, changes can be made in pits. So we'll see what changes they make as we get down near the end of the race. But you're right, Will. We're about 4 to 6 laps away from, I think, most of the leaders starting to pit.
And that'll be interesting to see whether or not Sheehan can repay the debt that he caused last time when he got himself a speeding penalty, which put him at the 10 and 3 lap. Thankfully, he was able to stay in the 3 lap, and the caution came up to save all hope in that 135 machine. But Sheehan is so close to the rear of Michael Conti now as they come down into turn number 3 and 4. He has just got to keep that pressure up. I'm sure he'll get past anytime soon. But when it comes to this round of pit stops, now in the second part of this race, it very really is the case of pit as late as you can, if you can, because then you can take a little bit more fuel, and if this race, you know, magically was to go green for much longer, you put yourself into a better position coming into those last 50 laps.
That's a good point. When also I want to point out that, remember, Steve Sheehan had a speeding penalty last time, so I bet he's going to be a little bit more conservative this time by. So we'll have to watch out for that. But you don't want to be too conservative, because then those cars in front and maybe even behind them will check out.
Yep. And don't forget T-boning as well.
Good point. As Steve Sheehan is getting closer to the back of Michael Conti for that second position, as he is in fact... Oh, look at that. Michael Conti is going to actually let him go for the second position.
I've got a feeling Conti's coming down his pit lane this time by. Dropped way far back there, but no, he doesn't. He stays out.
I think he just knew what was behind him.
So, on the racetrack at the moment, your race leader is still Ray Afada in that number 1 machine. Steve Sheehan is in second, Michael Conti in third, Dylan Devan in fourth, Kevin King rounding out your top 5.
We got Talbot Hutton, Jason Carlovy, Nick Ottinger, Brendan Schmidt, and Trey Jarrell rounds out your top 10. Great run for Trey.
And you only have a 10-second difference between first and 15th.
That says something right there to the quality of the drivers here today. None of these drivers, remember, are Pro or DWC drivers, the famous black stripes, and, you know, it's good to see a lot of them compete in this race. We saw the best of the IndyCar drivers earlier on today in the iRacing Indianapolis 500, and now to see the best of the NASCAR drivers, the natural progression into the Pro and the Driver World Championship Series is through the NASCAR ranks, be it through street stocks and the legends, and then to the trucks, so the late models and the trucks, and the nationwide car, now the cup car, You know, it's that natural progression, and it really is good to see these drivers on Memorial Day weekend stepping up to the plate in what has been, by my books, one of the most successful days racing in the history of iRacing.
As we're currently focused on Steve Sheehan in the number 35 machine, he is catching Raffaele good to about 500ths to a full tenth a lap. So it's amazing what he can do. He has caught him throughout the entire green flag run. He caught it like 8 seconds. So he's definitely, I think he is the man to beat today. And but he wasn't as fast earlier on. So it makes me think that he made some in-car adjustments on the pit road.
Yeah, you know, a little wet adjustment here, a little tire pressure adjustment there. And one of the things that never gets mentioned on these long races, fatigue. Your setup will change, or the best riders will change their setup to factor in fatigue. I mean, 600 miles, you're spending 4 hours lifting off the throttle, applying a little bit of brake here and there. You can't do that for 4 hours and making something to change your car.
You know, for some of our viewers that are not that familiar with NASCAR racing, are these guys shifting during a green flag lap?
They don't shift, but you'll see, oh, that is so close
As
there.
you can see, Steve Sheehan on his pit road. Oh, no! He might have done it again, boys.
Oh, no.
I think he was at about 57 miles an hour at the cones. Well, let's see if it penalizes him again. Oh, no.
Heartbreaking.
Let's see. We'll see if it lets him go.
Yeah, he would have got it again.
Yes, sir. He is penalized once again for entering the pits at too fast a speed.
Wow.
He's got to be kicking himself right now.
After getting himself back in within 1.5 seconds of Raffaele for the race lead, Steve Sheehan, for the second time in this race, gets himself a black flag speeding penalty. I tell you what, he does not want to do that when the DWC race comes here on Tuesday, because I think for a lot of these drivers this is a very, very, very long test session for them. And one of the things that you always need to work on is that little word called pitting.
You know, you can practice pit in all you want, but when it comes down to it and the adrenaline's going and you're in a race, as much practice as you put in, it's really easy to miss it by 1 or 2 miles an hour, and that sounds like that's what happened to Mr. Sheehan. That is unfortunate.
It's definitely exactly the same thing he did the last time he pitted. I mean, it was head on. He's got to get it slowed down just 10 more miles an hour and he'll be perfect. He's trying to get every little bit of pit entry that he can as fast as he can to knock off a little bit to Raffaele.
Well, let's not even say that's 10 miles an hour. It's more 5 miles an hour, because he could have slowed the rest down and got away with it.
Well, the good news for Steve is he's proven twice already that he can come back from behind. So there's still a lot of miles left to run here, so I wouldn't count him out just yet.
Bit of a cluster going on as the cars coming through that sequence of pit stops. Number 33 machine there. Just holding up a little bit there, Steve Sheehan, the number 35 Spy Plus car. But he's getting away with it.
Your race leader currently working lap 223 has still not hit the pit road. There are currently only 8 drivers on the lead lap, which means the majority of your field has in fact pitted. So we've got to wonder, we'll see your leader, Raffaele, hit the pit road soon.
I gotta believe he's going to hit the pit road soon. He's running 29.6s. He is off the pace compared to the boys that came in and got new tires. So I would think within a couple laps we're going to see him pit.
And this time he keeps driving on.
Yeah, and this is surprising because his last lap 29.605. He's falling further back behind the pace.
But remember, he extended last time, so he's trying to get as much as he can out of this fuel tank.
Yeah, and with his main competitor having a black flag penalty, or not a black flag, I'm sorry, but a pit road speeding penalty and being held in the pits for a certain amount of time, I'm sure that has allowed him to stay out. If Steve would have made an excellent pit stop, I'll bet you Ray Alfalo would have pitted by now.
The number 13 machine there, running on the high side, he's got the momentum to overtake Ray Alfalo. This is showing just how slow Ray Alfalo is at the moment, as he's having to use everything just to keep that number 10 car alongside him. And is he going to come in this time? Yes, he's slowing down. Is he going to make that turn down pit lane? Yes, he is.
Here he comes. Well, he's hitting your race leader. Ray Alfalo is hitting the pit row on lap 225.
Perfect.
Perfect entry. Perfect.
And don't forget, for Alfalo, he has the advantage of being able to go to the end of pit lane. He knows exactly where his pit box is. So looking on board of him now, and he's just moving himself. Be careful there! Oh, he's going to lose himself.
Oh, he had to slow down a little bit. Oh,
that's going to hurt him just a little bit there. He changed lanes a little bit too early.
Oh, he almost slipped through his pits there. Did you see that?
That was close. And now he's coming out any moment now. He's got a straight line, though, out of pit exit. He's got to be careful that he doesn't put the throttle down too early. There we are.
Does he have a clear track to get up? Yes, he does.
These cars just working around the high line around him, but on my watch, he has lost himself the race lead.
That is, in fact, I think it's because he stayed out so long on those old tires that they were able to beat up that 2-second gap they had on him.
Look at him come back in the 12 car immediately, and now look at him come down. Wow, amazing.
He will not be denied.
That is a great outlap there by Ray Alfalo, getting himself from 4th on the back straightaway around 2 cars immediately. First, Dylan Duval, then Tyler D. Hudson. He is on the charge now of Michael Conti in the number 7 machine. Alfalo is on the move, and as he comes across the line this time by, this lap is a 28.539. He's back in the zone.
Just to compare, currently his fastest lap of the race was on 174, which was a 28.346.
After that series of green flag pit stops, looks like Tyler Hudson's picked up some spots. He's now up into 3rd.
Yeah, so once again, we've got ourselves a long,
and we're going to go back and look for Steve Sheehan in 12th position, 12 seconds back. Well, we know he's got the speed. Watch for him to come through again. Tony Stewart style past all these cars.
Yeah. And for Alfalo, he has closed that gap dramatically to Michael Corti. His last lap of 28.487, setting very fast laps. And this start of the stint, he doesn't, however, want to use his tyres up too much, too quickly, too early. He's got Corti ahead of him. The gap now down to 1.3 seconds. As they come down the back straight away, he's going to start picking up that draft. But now, that's not going to be an issue. But in 2 laps' time, he's going to get into that dirty air phase. And that is where Alfalo's got to be really careful on his tyres.
That's right. And he may want to hustle because there's only 170 laps left.
Yeah, Michael Conti was one of the first to hit pit road. So that just shows you just how much new tires are worth.
But at the end of this run, whose tyres are going to go off first? Michael Corti's.
Yeah.
And so what Michael's probably hoping for is a yellow maybe within the next 10 laps before Ray catches up to him. So, you know, if you're behind the leader, you need to do something a little different. And he did. And let's see how long it works for him.
It won't be working for long. As you can see there, the gap between those two down to less than 3 car lengths as they come down the back straightaway. Underneath that ginormous video board into turn number 3 and 4, Alfalo is on the charge.
Now that's a great shot on our Glacier TV stream. The way you can see the Tigger just take it down. How much? Look at that. Look at him go.
Boom. Into the lead.
Goodbye, Michael.
And also goodbye to Josh Jones. Unfortunately, he has now retired from the race as well. We'll run through your list of retirement with 233 laps scored, complete at the line. We have got ourselves Jared Crawford, Stephen Minson, Cyril Newsburn, Harrison Wilditz, Thomas Smith, Wes Wildham, Justin Thompson, Josh Jones, Kamiya J, Jordan Haltower, Randy Muckaday and Martin Tuck as your race retirees.
234 laps into this race. We still have 22 cars in the lead lap. That's a pretty good showing in my opinion.
I'll second that one, I think. That is, and we've got 4 cars, 1 lap down as well. Dwayne Dringson, Logan Kaffer and Brandon Kettler. And surprisingly, Chris Overland is also currently 1 lap down.
I would like to see Chris Overland get back on the lead lap because that'd be a good show seeing him come through. He's not one for patience.
Yeah, Chris Overland's aggression will come in very handy in the last 50 laps of this race when track position becomes so important for what I'm guessing will be a myriad of starts and restarts. Overland's done such a good job though, even though he is 1 lap down. I think in the next time there is a caution, he'll be able to get himself back onto the lead lap, but Overland must be annoyed, shall we say, right now, as he is 1 lap down from the leader, who is Ray Afala.
Ray Afala has put a 1.2 second gap on Michael Connie. It's about 4.5 back to Tyler D. Hudson, 5.5 to Dylan Duvall, and 7 seconds back to your 5th place car, Kevin King. I just want to give another shout out to Trey Drell, the number 14 machine. He is currently in your 8th position, right behind Nick Ottinger. Great run for Trey.
Oh, definitely a great run for that number 14 machine. Sat in the 8th position in that DuPont car, currently working on the inside of Nick Ottinger, who that is now into 7th position, say, for Jarrell in the number 14 car. So he's still moving on up, and he's got himself Jason Carvalid, who's only about 2nd ahead.
Yellow flag out.
Caution is out.
Got a couple
Caution
cars
is out.
on the backstretch. Dwayne Vinson, looks like a 1-car incident. Well, Dwayne Vinson, the number 20 Tabasco machine, just got loose between turns 1 and 2 and just backed into the wall. Classic, just arrow loose.
And that is what Chris Overland has been looking for.
I think Chris Overland and Steve Shaheen have a new friend now.
Of course, you're looking at the replay here of number 20 machine. It's an unfortunate 1-car incident. And here come your leaders down pit road, led by Ray Alfala. Your race leader Ray Alfala into his pit box. Perfect entry. Dylan Duvall. Brandon Schmidt. And Tyler D. Hudson right behind him. All of your front runners are taking 4 tires of full fuel again. Your race off pit road is Ray Alfala, Michael Connie, Dylan Duvall, Tyler D. Hudson, and Kevin King, your top 5 off the pit road. Already,
looking inside
40 laps into this race. You think business is going to start picking up, or are they still just going to be in cruise mode?
I think they're still in cruise mode. I mean, you look at the last 2 green flag stints that we've had. They were huge. That's our 10th yellow. but we had 8 yellows. Rather quick as far as relative terms are concerned. So now I don't think Ben is going to pick up. I think guys are still figuring out what they have. They're figuring out what they need to do. And I think we're going to see another couple long stints here. But once we get past lap 300, 325, I think that's when Ben is going to pick up.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. So, Rafaela uncautioned, currently working lap 240. And we got a couple people that will be staying out to get the wave around, including Eddie A. Smith, Brandon Bowie, Matthew Lodgen, and Chris Overland will get back on the lead lap. That is 4 cars getting back on the lead lap. Brandon Bowie, Matthew Lodgen, and Chris Overland.
You know what the worst thing that he said was, John?
What was that, Will?
So he said we still have 160 laps left to go.
I know. And once again, Sheehan just spends enormous amounts of time in the pits.
He almost wants to go for the field.
Yeah. I mean, it's fun to watch, but at one point, it might bite him. You just never know what's going to happen. I would not take that chance, especially with that fast machine.
Oh yeah, especially as we're getting ourselves into that last 160 lap segment of the race. You know, we talked about how you use the first 300-400 miles to set yourself up. It's that point where you set yourself up for the sprint. So, you know, working your way for the field could be advantageous, but you don't want to be doing it next time around.
You know, the last 2 green flag runs were 60 and 65 laps respectively. So if we get another green flag run similar to the last 2 that we've had, that's going to put us to lap 300. So
hey, we got it. Matthew Largent is spinning around. Oh!
What? Oh!
Matthew Largent tried to hit the gas trying to get that wave around. He just turned his car directly into the catch fence.
And I'm wondering who was involved in that. Because the father was on the grass. He had to take evasive action there. And, wow.
That's too bad. Rafaela had an incident-free race.
And I'll tell you what, Chris Overland, oh so close to getting taken out there. That is crazy.
That could have been bad.
That was bad for Matthew Largent as he was getting himself back onto the lead lap. That number 39 car spinning around, boom, into the wall there. And, wow.
Italy.
Yeah, that can happen when, that can happen when you're on old tires, and we know he's on old tires because he's hanging out, getting the wave around, so kind of caught him by surprise, I would assume.
Let's get you reset for the restart here. Rafaela leads Michael Connie, Dylan Duval, Tyler D. Hudson, and Kevin King coming to the green flag on lap 242 of this World 600 iRacing World Tour event. Pace car is off, and Ray Alfala is on the gas again. Green flag is out. Here we go. And Michael Connie this time actually was able to get down in front of Dylan Duval and retain his second place position.
I'll tell you who we need to look out for on this one. Chris Overland, back on the lead lap.
That's true, but he has old tires and everybody else has new ones. I think he wants one of them quickie cautions to get fresh tires.
Matthew Largent going freight train after that incident with him hitting the wall. He is nursing his car around for the moment. That is not doing him any good.
Steve Sheehan is hitting the pit road.
Oh!
Black flag?
I'm not sure. He got to slow down this time, but what could this have been started about? I'm gonna backtrack and just see if maybe he got a passing under yellow.
Ah, no.
I'm not sure.
Now Steve has come back from a lot of adversity, but if he got a black flag for passing under the yellow,
this is a little much though.
Yeah, pitting under green like this to serve a penalty, that's really going to put him behind the 8 ball.
I'm not sure what happened there. He has already gone a lap down. In fact, No, he won't go 2 down, but I don't know what happened there.
Well, the thing is, he was fine where he was at the start, restart. Unless there was other cars he was supposed to let by, that is crazy. So he's now scored 1 lap down in that number 35 machine. We're currently looking on board with Tyler D. Hudson in the number 2 car. He is sat in the 9th position for the moment, and he has got Simon Crocart ahead of him. Gap between those 2 drivers less than 2 tenths of a second on the racetrack, and those 3 drivers are Hudson, Crocart and Drow having a great battle for position, giving themselves a nice 3 little car pack there as they are currently working lap 247 of 400 here, and ahead of him we've got 2 wide action. Brandon Smith on the inside, Kevin King on the outside.
That's a good race for 5th right there.
Yeah, Chloe's coming through the triad. Kevin King keeping that pressure up in that number 3 machine, and you see just how good the run can be on the high side. But this time by, doesn't look as though he had anything for Brandon Schmidt, which pushes him up into the 5th spot.
Ahead of them we have Ray Afala, of course, your leader Michael Conti in 2nd, and Dylan Duvall and Jason Carlovy. I just want to know what happened to Steve Sheehan.
So do I. It's interestingly crazy. Don't forget, everyone, that the Skip Barber Racing School Premier Series comes to you once again this Wednesday from Akiyama International Circuit. Coverage begins at 8 p.m. GMT, as always, for the entirety of the iRacing Skip Barber Premier School Series, and the also the Grand Life Premier Series as well, exclusively on Glacier TV. King really is hassling Brandon Schmidt to try and get that position back, but it looks like something like that number 3 machine has done over the last few pit stops hasn't worked out for him. He's slower than he was early on this race. Even though he's in 6th, he really was able to, you know, be fast enough to put pressure on these drivers a lot more than he's being able to do at the moment.
So we are currently 2 hours 45 minutes into this event. So you got to imagine fatigue is going to start playing as a factor soon.
Oh yeah, definitely, especially when you consider the fact that we're taking it in turns to have 2-minute power naps here on the Glacier Racing crew. We've been up all day long.
Yeah, Ray Afala blows past Matthew Larkin with his damage on his unfortunate restart accident.
So
would it be unprofessional of me to point out the fact that when we chose our picks for the race that Will, your man is in 20th, and unfortunately John, your guy fell a lap down, but you know, you got to look up there at Tyler Hudson in 7th, looking pretty strong, no?
Yeah, but Randy, what lap do you call this? Oh yeah, sorry, he's still got 147 laps to go, so I still got plenty of time.
Oh, absolutely, I agree, but I feel better than I'm sure you guys do right now. It's a long race. We got to clown each other and have some fun, right?
Yeah, definitely. Got to at least stay awake. At least the guys out there get to move their hands and kind of stay awake. We're just sitting here watching them go around. Last time by Ray Afala did have a lead of 8/10. You know, I'm noticing he's not pulling away as fast as he has been against Michael Conti. So maybe the adjustments are coming into play. He's still pulling away, but not by as much.
Or maybe he's just saving his tires and everything for later in the run, so that because he likes to run that full gas tank, if you will. So maybe he's just kind of taking it easy to get more out of that full tank.
Got some racing going back. Oh, never mind. That's just some lap cars being passed. Well, we do have a race for the number 18 position. Richard Crozier and John Button in that number 40 Napa Auto Parts machine.
Yeah, you know, on a personal note, John Button, when I started iRacing a little over a year ago, he and I were in Legends together and became friends. And he went on to NASCAR, and I went on to IndyCar, and I still keep in touch with him once in a while. So, kind of nice to see an old friend doing well.
We have a race for 6th position here. We got Kevin King and Tyler D. Hudson. Tyler D. Hudson has a nose underneath Kevin King going into turn 1. Will it be able to stick it? He's got a good run through the center of the corner, but will Kevin King get that massive run off of turn 2? He's inching ahead. Kevin King, the outside is the place to be. Almost hits the wall there. So strong on the outside, Kevin King is. Tyler D. Hudson will not be denied, though. He is sticking his nose right there. And while these two are racing, this is allowing Trey Jarrell, the number 14 machine, to get up there.
This is a great battle.
Oh, in the wall. Hard is Kevin King. That allows Trey Jarrell to move up into the number 7 position and sets his sights on Tyler D. Hudson. I'm wondering how much damage Kevin King has, because I thought that was a pretty good lick.
That was a very hard lick. And that seriously is going to compromise his race. Look, I'm not quite sure how much, because, you know, the speed's still there, but it's one of those cases like we talked about earlier on. If you can get away with not using that reset until the last 100 laps, then do it. And for Hudson,
honestly, it looks like he's found that speed back.
Yeah.
That's what exactly. When you look at his lap times after he made all those pit stops, I'm like, he's off the pace. So I think he has used his reset.
Well, that ADASignWraps.com machine, the number 2 car, is still doing so well in that 6th position. Always a name you expect to be thereabouts in these type of races. Tyler Hudson loves these races, loves the Cup car as well. One of the famous Black Stripes, also races many other different types of cars. And John, you've raced with him a number of times. Just how impressive is he on the racetrack?
He certainly knows how to get around. Me and him actually were racing in the iRacing Daytona 500, and we put down the number 1 and 2 world records for that track and car combination in this car, the Impala A. Just a courtesy of the 2-car Tango.
Let's go through a little bit more of your field. Trey Jarrell, he is in the number 14 machine. We've talked about how good a race he's been having. He is still right behind Tyler Hudson in the number 2 machine. And Cal really has been one of those dark horses. If strategy ends up going his way, he has got the chance, you know, do a couple of things at the end of the race, maybe get himself a nice solid top 5.
Yeah, I mean, I'm extremely impressed with the top 7. Also, Simon Carcar, he is now in the 9th position. Another good run. Like some of the names that were up there earlier, John Adams, Nick Ottinger, currently back in the 11th and 12th place respectively. Not to mention Steve Sheehan is currently 1 lap down in the 24th position. Brandon Catelli 2 laps down in 25th.
And we're looking back at Chris Overland in the number 13 machine, my pick for the race. He is currently sat at 11.1 seconds behind the race lead in that GSR number 13 car. And he's got, I think that's Richard Crozier right behind him in number 29. But, you know, I still think Chris Overland's got something that he's not quite showing us yet.
I mean, he's kept up a pretty good pace. You have to remember, he's got like 10 or... He's got some older tires than the other drivers do. I do know that. So it'll be interesting to see if he's able to get a pit stop, get on sync with everybody else, see what he can do with the rest of the field.
Guess what, guys? We've done 400 miles. I think I've just made everyone cry. So we've got ourselves less than 200 miles left to go in the World 600 on Glacier TV. And your race leader, do we need to even mention it?
I'm just going to go ahead and venture a guess. Ray Alfala.
Ray Alfala in the number 1 machine is your race leader. The gap between himself and Michael Conti, 2.008 seconds. Dylan Duran in 3rd. Jason Carvillage in 4th. Frank Schmidt running out your top 5. Then Hudson, Gerald, Crocart, Burmeister, and Kevin King running out your top 10.
Yeah, I should say that. Kevin King's fallen back to 10th spot. Maybe that damage had a little bit more than he thought.
In the official iRacing series with this car on this track, do y'all know how many laps they normally run?
120 normally. I mean, when you consider the DWC race, which is going to be happening on Tuesday, that's 200 laps, so this is twice as long as the DWC race, the top level iRacing competition on the service. So it just shows just how long this race is here today.
Kevin King just muscled his way past Benjamin Bormeister to get back in the 9th spot. I mean, he did not like being behind him. Yes, heard in race chatter, Chris Overland is going to have to be pitting soon because he did, in fact, stay out longer so he could get that wave around back on the lead lap. So, looks like that caution he was hoped for is not going to happen. As you can see, he's currently in the 18th position, 12.1 seconds behind our race leader, Ray Alfala.
But you mentioned that about Chris Overland, and I think that what the advantage is now he's able to kind of be in a similar ballpark strategy. You know, even if a caution comes out between now and then, he'll be able to get back on the lead lap and not be too far off strategy. So long term this will still work for him, I think, but he's got to be careful that he doesn't make any stupid mistakes between now and the next caution. I would say if, but the case is when it comes.
Agreed. I do not foresee them going 130 laps. And there's the call. Chris Overland will be pitting this time by lap 274.
So he's going to slow it out on the exit of turn number 4 to make it into pit lane. So difficult, this pit lane entry. If you get it wrong, you've got to make sure you brake early enough to get down below the 45 mile an hour speed limit. Brake late enough so you get to keep some form of momentum. Perfect entry there.
Very nice entry. Very nice. Well done. Watching that end carve, you can see his wheel barely moved at all. He was in perfect control of that car. Also, that was a little conservative, though, getting into his box. I guess he didn't want to lock it up and slide past. 4 tires, full fuel, and he's off.
So Chris Overland is going to rejoin the racetrack. What are you doing it the easy way by going back straight onto the racing surface? No rules for or against that, which means that he can just drive back onto the... In fact, he stayed below the white line. Now he blends back up.
Very good. He waited until Matthew Largen was by him, and then he blended. Good job. And now we're going to see just how fast new tires are versus old tires. What he will blow by Matthew Largen.
Not only that, but his strategy dictates that these drivers still need to make 2 stops. This could be the time, maybe, for them to take that risk and do so. So you're currently watching the World 600 here on Glacier TV. Will Vincent, Jonathan Goke and Randy Crosno here in the booth. We're going to take ourselves a quick couple of minute break and once again show you the beautiful sights of Charlotte Motor Speedway while we get ourselves another cup of coffee. Back in a minute.
Well, I'm going to go ahead and pop in there. Well, we got a caution on the speedway.
That's my coffee break.
In fact, it looks like the number 30 of Joe Salama and the 25 of Richard Doucette came together on the front straightaway. 1, 2 cars involved. 3 cars involved, I'm sorry. Oh, I am sorry. 6 cars are involved in this truck on the front straightaway, Will.
Wow. And for the drivers who have pitted, even though they're technically a lap down, what this means is they're now slightly back on sequence. So they can go around and get themselves, you know, the wave round. They're only going to be about 3 or 4 laps shy of the leaders. So they don't need to worry about the fact that they're going to have to come down pit lane a considerable amount of time before everyone else.
Yeah, there was about 35 laps of green flag running there. So, yeah, all the leaders are going to have to pit. So Chris Overland is definitely going to get a wave around. Steve Sheehan, he's got a judgment call here because there's only about 10 laps before he's going to have to pit if he stays out to get the wave around.
That's too bad. I'm currently watching Paul E. Klein, the number 38 machine. He had the wreck missed, the number 38 did, and he just got clipped and went head on into the wall. So your drivers involved are John Button, Paul E. Klein, Stephen Gilbert, Richard Doucette, and the number 30 of Joe Salama. And also Richard Crosby in the number 29 car, because he got a piece of it.
Yeah, and that'll be disappointing for Crozier, leading up the Team England charge in this race. I know yourself and your teammate Sean Stroud are here. That leading Crozier, the sole real Club England guy, unless obviously Towder was all turned up. But I've got to have a little bit of an affinity towards the British guys, I'm guessing.
Gonna see if we can get in touch with our cameraman, see if he can show the onboard view of the number 29 Richard Crozier as he drives and weaves his way through this wreck.
Looks like number 40, Tony Button, got in there to the pits and had some optional repairs done. Let's see if he has to go back in and get some more. But he is back out on the track and did stay out on the lead lap.
And guess which 2 drivers are getting back on the lead lap with this wave around? Steve Sheehan and Chris Overland.
Well, yeah, Overland I was expected to if they were to caution, but Sheehan once again dodging a major bullet there.
Well, but Steve is going to need another yellow here within 10 laps or so.
So your drivers that will be getting the wave around to get back on the lead lap this caution are Steve Sheehan, Logan Cathcart, and Chris Overland. Tell you what, Logan Cathcart really does love these wave arounds, doesn't he?
Yeah, and Chris Overland, great position there to get the wave around because he had just pitted, I think, 5 laps prior to this yellow. So he's only going to be 5 laps off for, getting a full run in against the leader. So he should be in good shape.
And this time, the wave rounds get away without incident. All right, good job, guys.
We have number 40, Johnny Button, going back in for more optional repairs probably.
And as you see, we're going to go on board here with number 29 as he makes his way through this wreck. And the green flag is out. Fowler is back on the gas once again, starting lap 284. Michael Connie follows him right into the second position over Dylan Duvall, Jason Carlevy, and Brandon Schmidt. Look at that, tight racing through all aspects of this field. Halliday Hudson looks inside of Brandon Schmidt for the 5th position. Currently watching Halliday Hudson in the number 2 Michelin trying to chase down Jason Carlevy and Dylan Duvall in front of him as Michael Connie and Ray Afala look to be driving away as Michael Connie is staying with Ray Afala through this run. A little bit farther back in the field, Chris Overland, Nick Ottinger, and Brandon Catelli in a fierce battle.
Right that long down between these two drivers here momentarily.
Brandon Catelli is a lap down, but he is putting pressure on Nick Ottinger. Well, I have a feeling Rennie is falling asleep.
Oh, poor little Randy there.
No, I'm wide awake.
Well, in that case, hi.
Whoa,
Just
Richard
good.
Cole, we got a... What a save.
Great save there.
We've got to go back and look at the number 29 off our turn 2. What a great save by Stephen Gilbert and Richard Crozier. Chris Overland was right behind that as well.
And that just shows up the level and the skill of some of these DWC drivers. That's oh my god, just how close that was.
Trying to get the replay sorted out, see if we can show it to you one more time.
Just a little bump up on the high side there, coming out of turn number 2, but somehow managed to keep it pointing in the right direction. There's a gap between the safer barrier and the edge of the track isn't that wide at Charlotte, so the last thing we're going to be doing is making unwanted trips down there in a race condition.
As you just saw it on our Pleasure TV broadcast, that is a amazing save by the number 29 of Richard Crozier. We move back towards the front of the field. Ray Afile currently has about a 7 car length advantage over Michael Connie. Once again, he's not pulling away as much. So Michael Connie making some great adjustments in his pit stops. And running at your top 5 is Dylan Duvall, Kyle D. Hudson, and Jason Colby.
I'm going to ask you the silliest question in the world, John. Could you have raced double duty?
I don't think so. I would have been out of wreck by now. As, that number 26 and the John Adams machine both get a huge run on Trey Jarrell going into turn 3.
Hey, Will, in answer to your question to John, I don't think I could have driven the pace car in this World 600.
I'll tell you what, Kevin King is coming under severe pressure. You see that? With a point machine behind him, giving him a nice little bump. That is the battle for 7th, 8th and 9th on the racetrack.
I want to point out on lap 293, a couple laps ago, Stephen Gilbert spun on the backstretch, but since he spun onto the lower portion of the track, he did not bring out a caution. He was running in the 16th position.
And it's this late in the race where you really don't want to start making those mistakes. We've just got ourselves a tad over 100 laps left to go here. So this is where you get into that phase where everyone's used to this distance. You can reset it from here and just go, and everyone knows what to do for 100 laps. Everyone knows what to do for 120. It's almost kind of in that phase already, but still a long way to go here at Charlotte, and anything can still happen.
Yeah, you're right, Will. You got, in 5 laps, they're going to have 150 miles left to go. So the end is in sight, and so now they're going to refocus, and I think we're going to maybe see some quicker lap times coming up here in the next 20 laps or so, but like we said earlier, I think it's time to get down to business.
So 296 laps are scored complete here at the World 600 on Glacier TV. Currently looking at the battle for 4th position on the racetrack. That is the one between Tyler D. Hudson and the number 2 machine and Jason Calverledge in the number 5 car. OC drivers are about 3 seconds off the race lead. And Hudson doing a great job across the line last time by. They were literally side by side.
And Randy and Will, we have just overpassed the 3-hour mark for this race.
Woohoo!
That is amazing what these guys are doing out there. Next time by, Rafaela will start lap number 300.
And I'm going to take this opportunity to give a very big shout out to the guys who work behind the scenes here at Glacier TV. Yoni Batman, Jana Etakayan, Yari Yimmerman as well. All the guys that do the behind the scenes work, all the stuff that you see on the screen, how it's brought to you, all because of the guys at Glacier TV. So to our Finnish polar bear friends, thank you very much.
You are so right, Will. They do a phenomenal job. I've seen and watched so many broadcasts. That's why I was thrilled when I was asked to come in and help. I am so proud to be a part of Glacier TV and help them, because they do a phenomenal job.
So let's run through your top 10 drivers momentarily with 301 laps scored complete, 99 left to go here in the World 600 on Glacier TV. Ray Farley is your race leader. Michael Conti is in second. Dylan Duval is in third position. Tyler Hudson in fourth. Jason Cartledge in the fifth position with Brandon Schmidt in sixth. Evan King in seventh. Trey Jowell in eighth. John Adams in ninth. Benjamin Burmeister in the 10th position. And guys, after 3 hours plus of racing, 300 laps even, all these drivers on the top 10 are still separated by 7 seconds.
Yeah, you're right, Will, and I just saw that Steve Sheehan just pulled in the pits, and he's going to lose a lap, but he's about 25 laps off the pace as far as another stop by the leaders are concerned. So, you know, he's got to hope for a yellow within the next 25 laps, I believe, and he'd be all right.
You know what the craziest thing was? Actually, by my watch, made it down into pit lane without breaking the speed limit.
He did not speed this time.
Yeah, impressive.
I'm sure if Steve has friends on TeamSpeak, they are all over him during that last pit stop.
So, through the night here at Charlotte Motor Speedway, unless your name's Randy Crosby, in which case I'm sure the sun is probably still shining in some places. I think for Sheehan, he can still have a chance. Very slim chance, but he has one chance. And that chance will come with a caution very soon, if that's any chance he's going to get. I think come the last 50 laps, people will play the strategy game to start pinning drivers 1 lap down if they need to. So then with 306 laps scored complete here at Charlotte Motor Speedway, Ray Afana is still your race leader. The gap between himself and Michael Conti in the second position is 1.7 seconds. Conti is being able to stay with Afana in the second part of this race, something that no one was able to do earlier on here. Dylan Duval is sat on that third position with Tyler Hudson in fourth. Jason Cartledge in the fifth position, and I tell you what, Overland, keeping an eye out on him. He is less than 10 seconds behind the race lead. He's just trying to break himself into the top 10, and from there on in, it really is anyone's game.
And you you know, we have a pretty nice battle heating up between Kevin King in 6th and Brandon Schmidt in 7th. They were really going tooth and nail there for a while, so there's some good racing in the pack.
So we hope that you're enjoying the coverage here of the World 600 on Glacier TV. Kind of, well, chilled out, shall we say. It's been a very busy day of motorsports here on iRacing. For those of you who are just joining us and been living in a cave all day, Young O won the 3rd annual iRacing Indianapolis 500, beating Tim Doyle to the flag. A reversal of the top 2 positions in last year's iRacing Indianapolis 500. Ryan Norton came home in the 3rd position, followed by Sean Stroud in the 4th spot. Big shout out has to go to Monica Clara Brand, the female veteran who managed to get herself yet another top 10, finishing in the 6th position. And congratulations to you, Andy. You came home 33rd.
You really had to go there, didn't you? That's just not right, Will.
That was uncalled for. Although I have to point out that I was in the 33rd position, and I decided to come back out there, which really delegated Randy to the 33rd.
Aww.
And in defense of myself, I'd like to point out that 2 guys in front of me got into it. I had nowhere to go, and that's what ended my day in Indianapolis. But I'll be back next year.
Yeah, we'll all be back next year. We had a great showing in that race.
And then here in the World 600, the story of the day, as always, has been JR Motorsports. Ray Afada, Steve Sheehan have really been 2 of the best drivers in this field today. However, the number 35 machine, the Spy Plus car that I'm looking at right now, just has not been able to get that car down on pit lane. In 2 of his 3 green flag pit stop attempts, sped it, lost himself 18 seconds. So he really is hoping that those woes are behind him now as we're into the last 100 laps. And I think that there's still people that can challenge a father, but they'll need strategy and a little bit of voodoo magic to help them get on their side.
Yeah, and you know, we've got a really good battle brewing up here between number 2 Tyler Hudson and number 5 Jason Carlavage. I hope I pronounced that name right. But great battle. Thank you, John. But a good battle, and number 3 Kevin King is kind of pulling himself up there. So, you know, again, we've got some good racing here with 85 laps to go.
Having a look through the field momentarily, and there is a great battle going. Oh my God, Sushi very close to the wall there on the front straightaway. His car getting a little bit loose. Great battle going on the racetrack between Chad Loughton, Simon Crokar and Armando Bregas in the battle for the 11th, 12th and 13th position. All these guys are still on the lead lap, having a great fight there as they're trying to get themselves one step closer to the top 10. And guys, this really is starting to be go time. You're seeing a lot more 2-wide racing, but I'm sure I just saw a flicker of 3-wide just a moment ago.
Yeah, and you know, we're only about 5 laps away roughly from the leaders having to pit, so I think we'll see some major changes coming up here.
Yep, to what will be the penultimate, let's not forget the penultimate round of green flag pit stops. After this, I'll have one more round of pit stops to do if this race comes to provide it to them. Now, if the fact that a caution comes out, this is where things will get interesting. Drivers trying to save a bit of fuel, drivers taking tyres, drivers not taking tyres. 2 tyres over 4 tyres. There you are, Randy. You know you want me to say it. But yes, 2 tyres over 4. Gonna be an interesting final part of the lap. We are gonna come to the all singing, all shouty, bell whistling commentary when we enter the last 50 laps. In the meanwhile, we're hoping that you're enjoying this presentation of the World 600 on Glacier TV. It has been a tremendous race so far, and thank you very much for taking the opportunity to enjoy it with us. Don't forget you can use the Twitter hashtag IRWorld600 on Twitter. That's the hashtag IRWorld600 if you'd like to interact with us. And as you say, we are hoping you're enjoying this. We're currently working lap 320.
That's right, Will. And with 80 laps to go, this is where the guys start to think about, okay, what sort of strategy am I going to employ? And so it'll be fun to see who does what and how the pits shake out, and the tires and the gas and all that good stuff. So 80 laps to go. Again, time to get down to business, but more serious this time.
Your leader, Ralph Fowler, currently working lap 323 of this 400 lap race. They're getting into the final stages, boys. What do you expect to start happening?
I think I expect us to wake up any moment now. And we are getting very close to that round of green flag pit stop, and I think it's going to be, you know, how going to react to that penultimate pit stop. I think that, you know, here's where we're going to see some big changes starting to come to the cars. They've had their cars, you know, getting to this point so far. It's now time to push out the really, really radical changes, the tyre pressures, just to really crank it up for this last part of the race. Because now, you know, it's time to go for glory. Let's not forget, we have pretty much, these drivers can make it to lap 340. They can pretty much do that on that final stop. So it's...
You know, Will, I think the only driver that has a chance to do that would be Steve Sheehan.
Steve Sheehan.
The leaders are going to have to pit here within 5 laps or so.
I'm sure he said that 5 laps ago.
No, I said it 8 laps ago. He's got 3 to go. Can I cover my tracks like a politician?
No.
Got a good bunch of racing up here with Tyler D. Hudson, Kevin King, Dylan Duvall, and Jason Carlovy, Brandon Schmidt, and Trey Jarrell all under a blanket. Good racing going on up here. Jason Carlovy wants to take a look underneath of Dylan Duvall. He'll get a nose in there, and Dylan's just going to let him go on by.
Yeah,
Jason
let's not
Carlovy
forget.
sets his... Go ahead, Will.
I was about to say, let's not forget that you can gain so much time on pit stops here. That will dictate where you start for this final sprint. So still for right now, it doesn't matter. Let the drivers go past, because you know you can gain more time on pit road than you'll do on the racetrack.
You're absolutely right, Will. You can gain a lot of time on pit road, but unfortunately, we've seen that you can lose a lot of time too. So it's that risk-reward thing. So let's see how they do on these green flag stops coming up in, what, 5 laps?
Yeah, 5 laps, right?
I have to ask you, Randy, are you disappointed that there's been so many green flag pit stops?
No, I love green flag pit stops. I wished I could have made one today.
So we have got ourselves less than 75 laps to go here in the World 600 on Glacier TV.
Your leaders are starting to work their way down the pit road, Will.
They are.
Brandon Schmidt, the number 8 car in 7th position, will be pitting this time by. Through this run, Ray Alfala has pulled a 3.5 second lead over Michael Connie.
And that is testament to the speed of Alfala all race long. He had to pretty much drop anyone who even tries to mount a bit of pressure. But, you know, Conti's been the only driver in the same time zone as Alfala today. So a big shout out to him for being able to stick in some way, shape or form with that number 1 machine.
Kevin King will be pitting out of the 3rd place in the number 3 car.
Yep, so
and he's on the brake. Oh! He almost got run over when he hit the brakes coming into the pit road. That could have been
pit lane.
horrible.
I think that is Chris Overland. That is Chris Overland. Spinner down in pit lane there. He might have to get himself a stop and hold penalty. And the 27 car as well, say. 27 car, they just came together coming into pit lane. Overland was able to save it. The 27 machine lost himself a lot of time there. That was Chad Lawton as he came together with Chris Overland.
I think Chris will be, he lost a little time, but I think Chris will be okay. I want to go ahead and point out during this green flag pit stop, Kevin King, 3rd place car at the time, got himself a pit road speeding penalty.
We have seen so many drivers having those penalties here today, and this comes back to one of my keys to success, guys: fatigue. You know, this is going to be possibly one of the last pit stops they're going to make. Fatigue is really kicking in, getting that car down from 190 miles an hour, 200 miles an hour down into turn number 1, down to 45 miles an hour. It's a tough challenge.
Your leader, Ray Alfala, will be hitting the pits this time by.
So Ray Alfala, he is going to have to make his splash and dash the way things carry on. He's going to be 5 laps short as he comes down into pit lane. This could be his final stop if we get a caution here.
He's got enough of a lead. He could he could coast. He could definitely go to fuel saving strategy with the lead he has.
You can save up to 5 laps in a NASCAR over a full stint, John. That's amazing.
If he clutches it, and if he just barely, if he gets out early, gets in late, he could definitely do it. Definitely a driver of his caliber.
And let's not forget, you've got the ignition if you need to. You can coast it around the corners if you really need to save fuel to hit a number. This could be an interesting end, but I'm sure that we've still got ourselves at least one more caution to go here. So this is a strategy that you need to do throughout the entire run normally, but you know, it's difficult at times to commit to that, because if that caution comes out and you're risking track position, it could all go wrong in a hurry.
Through this round of pit stops, Steve Sheehan is your second place car. But remember, he pitted a long time ago, so he is going to be way out of the pace.
He needs that caution.
Yeah, he's about a 10-lap differential from the leaders on a pit sequence. Boy, Kevin King just made a nice save coming out of turn 2 there. Oh my, the good save.
Even though he had that pit road incident, Chris Overland is in the 9th position. His car seems to be up speed.
Chris Overland really has had a good race, and let's not forget, this is the position that Overland likes putting himself in, coming into the last part of these races, getting into the top 10, because, you know, if we get that caution, Overland, we know he's going to start charging on that last restart.
So from this point, shall cautions come out, they are good to go on fuel.
Yes, Ray Farner is your race leader. Sheehan, after having the Tony Stewart Award pretty much presented to him already, I've lost count of how many overtakes he's done in this race. He is up into the 2nd position. Michael Conti is going to be sat in 3rd. Dylan Duval in 4th. Jason Cavalage is in 5th. With Schmidt in 7th. Jowan in 6th. Jowan in 7th. Burmeister in 8th. Adams in 9th. And Overland rounding out your top 10. Fardo really is on the charge now. He knows he's got 2 options. Get out a big enough lead so if he needs to make a splash, he's got the cushion, or, you know, get himself that lead so that he can just coast it when he needs to later on.
Working lap 347 of this 400 lap event. They're getting almost to the final 50. Now it's time to go.
Yes, as you approach lap 150, 150, 350, that is the one. This is where things really are going to start picking up. Ray Farley, your race leader still. Someone commented earlier on, this is the Ray Farley show sponsored by Pro Geek Consulting. That's, to be fair, this has been the story of the race so far today. Afana has been your race leader for so many of the laps. In fact, we've got the figures somewhere. with just how many laps Fofana has led. And he's led, I think other drivers in this race today have led a total of 30 laps. You do the maths, guys. Dominant by that number 1 Farragut Consulting JR Motorsports machine of Ray Fofana. And for these guys, it has been an absolute marathon. Just having a look back, we believe that John Adams is trying to save a bit of fuel. We'll go on board him actually. We'll have a quick little listen to this because we think that he's cutting the ignition through the set. Look, just have a listen. And he's currently sat in the 11th position, and he's 21 seconds behind the race lead. So as they come down into turn number 3, just have a little listen again.
You can hear him engage the clutch. He goes from high revs to nothing.
So, I mean, he's 21 seconds behind the race lead. He's lapping about a second off the pace. It's not going to work for him, is it? I don't think. Well, when you consider how long a pit stop is here, it's only about 30 seconds, so he might get himself a top 5 out of it, but risky strategy, I think, this early on. We've still got ourselves 50 laps to go, and at this rate, him doing this lap after lap will actually probably lose him so much time that he might as well just come down pit lane in the first place. Actually, 1 minute. Thinking about it, he's only losing about 6/10 a lap. But still.
Well, 6/10 a lap, we have about 50 laps to go, so you do the numbers, and I don't know, man, it's risky. He's going to lose some positions. If the yellow comes out, though, you know, that goes out the window.
But I think, you know, it's one of those things that if we don't get a yellow, we've been green for quite a while now, and this has meant that drivers are having to think about those alternative strategies. I mean, we talked about it earlier on. Once you get into this last 50 laps, anything can happen. You know, any form of strategy could work. And let's not forget, you don't want to be the driver that runs out of fuel coming out of turn number 3 and 4 at the end of the World 600.
2 laps ago on lap 350. Oh, about 3 laps ago, Steve Sheehan made what I believe will be his last stop.
So he's come in. He's now scored 1 lap down. If there's a caution now, all the field will come down pit lane, I would guess, to just top up on fuel a tiny bit and get some fresh tyres. That could be very interesting for Sheehan.
If this race goes green, they will have to stop, and he's got the fresh tires. He's going to cruise through the field this entire run. Think about it. The whole run, he's going to have fresher tires. So he's just knocking it off while everybody else is either trying to save or they're going to have to stop. So he might be in the catbird seat.
I don't know if he's in the catbird seat, John, because if it goes green the whole way, these guys are going to stop for a lot less fuel and have fresher tires near the end of the race. And should a yellow come out after the leader's pit, then, you know, he's not going to be in the catbird seat. But it's a great strategy. It's one that he had to employ, and it might work for him.
For anyone wondering, the last time we had a caution was all the way back in the lap 200 region. I believe it was actually on lap 279 the caution came out last time so it has been a long green flag run here. In fact, the longest green flag run we have had in this race so far today. The line this time, we're going to have 42 laps to go in the iRacing World 600, the inaugural World 600 here on Glacier TV. And I have to say to anyone who is watching this on the replay or knows anyone who's racing the 411 miles a day, big kudos to you, because I raced the 500 earlier on and I'm shattered.
The iRacing Indy 500 earlier today.
Oh,
I don't know if anybody. I'm not sure if I know if anybody's actually pulled the double.
No, I know there's one or two people that was going to attempt it. A friend of mine, David Ward, in fact, he was going to try the treble because he was going to race a GT 90-minute race in between, but then crashed out of the GT race and decided that that was just going to be one race too far. But
and as we move towards lap 360, we're about 20 laps away from the leaders pitting.
yeah, that pit window will open with about 20 laps in the next 20 laps. So this is where I'd expect to see cautions, and I'd expect to see drama and action and everything. It's been a pretty subdued last 100 laps or so. As you see, we've just been taking it easy on here. We're waiting for that action to kick back in. But John, you're the NASCAR boy out of us. When's it all going to kick off?
Any minute now. I'm sitting here watching Steve Sheehan. He is cruising through the field, taking every advantage that he can get. I'm not sure. I mean, I'm waiting. After that final pit stop, it's going to be all bets off. And if there is one more caution, it's going to be good. Going through the field, listening to see exactly who's clutching. Kevin King is clutching. I know I just heard our Trey guy, he was clutching. There's just like plenty of people want to try to make it. I just don't see it happening. I don't see them getting 4 laps on a green flag run.
But someone like Afala is the only way to do so, to try and use the strategy option. Afala's last lap at 29.396, consistent lap times by Afala, as John Adams is down into pit lane. So here we are, a couple of these drivers are making what I believe could be their final pit stop now, getting it out of the way by the look of it.
Yeah, you know, if the driver thinks it's going to go green the whole way, they may want to, you know, not stretch it to the end, but go ahead and pit now and get those fresh tires, you know, and have extra laps on those fresh tires.
And when you consider the advantage of fresh tyres and consider that against people saving fuel, it's a good option because you're gaining twice. You're gaining because of the fact that you don't need to, you know, save fuel for a good portion of the run. You gain for the fresh tyres. The only thing you lose is the net time, unless you get it right. So 366 going to be scored complete at the line. Ray Afala, your race leader. Cornty in second. Devan in third. Cavalic in fourth. Schmidt rounding out your top 5. We have only got 10 cars on the lead lap. Now we have got 6 cars or 1 lap down. About 4 cars, 2 laps down, a couple of 3 laps down. And the main thing is, I think speeding penalties has played a big part in this race. A number of drivers have been caught out. In fact, our last official retiree was Paul. No, sorry, I take that back. Our official retirees start all the way down to the 29th position with Dwayne Vincent and then Joe Salma, Joe Crawford, Steve Minson, Sel Noobson, Harrison Waldlitz, Thomas Smith, Wes Wydham, Justin Thompson, Josh Jones, Quamer J, Robin Hightower, Randy Huckaday, and Mark and Tuck. They are all your retirements from the race. So technically, we still have 28 cars running in this race, and we are over 350 laps in now.
Royale Fowler with a massive 7.5 second lead on lap 370, coming to 371. 30 to go at the line.
And you know what the worst thing was? A caution would only probably make this better for a Fowler, because he's so good on these starts and restarts. But back through a couple of drivers, a little bit further back in the field. We're going to start with Paul Nicholas Cooper in that salmon pink number 33 machine. He is under a little bit of pressure at the moment from a couple of drivers. None of them really making anything too spectacular on him, however. So he just kind of cruising around at the moment. For Cooper, Richard Crozier, he is at the same time, again, also under pressure, this time for Armando Vargas. That is, however, a battle for position 11 on the racetrack. And Vargas is always a good driver.
You know, we have Ray Alvala coming up to Tyler Hudson in 9th to put him a lap down.
And that shows just the level of awesomeness that Ray Alvala is doing today. Putting a driver like Tyler Hudson 1 lap down in this race, unbelievable. So here we go then, boys and girls. This time by 25 laps left to go here in the World 600 on Glacier TV. Will Winston, Jonathan Goy, Randy Crosno, we're all completely knackered, but who cares? This is the final 25 laps of the race. Ray Alvala, he is your race leader. Michael Conti, he is sat on the second position with Dylan Duval in third, Jason Carvillage in fourth, Brandon Schmidt in the 5th position. Then to run through the rest of the field momentarily, Brandon Burmeister is in 6th, Chris Over in 7th, Simon Crocart in 8th. I see a car all the way down there on the apron, hitting the wall. I think he might just be able to get back onto the racetrack. I'm not quite sure who that was.
Yellow flag is out. Well, yellow flag is out.
Caution is out, and Nick Ottinger out of the race by the look of it. I just
Along
saw
with
it.
Kevin Kingwell.
Wow. I just saw it at the tip of my screen there.
That was amazing. I was just going to give you a shout out for that verbal adrenaline that you gave us. And then that happened. Oh my gosh. And you know what's sad is Tyler just got lapped. So, boy, this is going to make it interesting. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, Josh Halsey coming off turn number 4 in that Farmers number 42 machine. Just looks as though, I'm having a look back as he came off of turn number 4, Did he get it loose there? Was it into the tri-oval? No, just getting it loose in the middle of the tri-oval. Straight over the grass, bumping it, slamming into the pace car and into the wall there. Huge impact straight back out onto the racetrack. Nothing he could have done to slow that car down any further. And then BAM! Getting himself hit by Nick Oxinger and Kevin King. So after riding so high in this race for so long, two guys out of the race who we thought were serious contender for the top 10, and drivers coming down pit road, including Ray Afana. They are waiting now, as you see, a number of cars. They are pinned down one lap down. They're having to wait until the next time they can come in. Ray Afana making that drive down towards pit lane into his box. Going to take himself some fresh tyres there. You see him there. The right sides are on. Now on the left.
With only 8 cars on the lead lap, you have to look at Tyler Hudson, who's going to get the wave around. He's the first car behind the pace car. Will he pit and get new tires?
If I was Hudson, I wouldn't pit now. I would wait until the next
Exactly.
season.
That's my point. He's going to wait. He's going to come back around the field. But if another yellow comes out, then he'll be in the catbird seat.
So we're under what I believe is our 12th caution of the day, Randy.
And let me look through the numbers.
Here on lap 379 of 400 at Charlotte Motor Speedway, we were trying to go 100 laps under green. We had gotten ourselves oh so close. Caution before that came out on lap 280. So 279, this time it came out on lap 377. Just 2 laps for that magical 100 lap green moment.
And yes, that was the 12th caution.
One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 drivers will be getting the wave around to put 16 cars on the lead lap.
This is going to get interesting. It's time for us all to take a swig of that coffee, pump ourselves up. This is going to be a great end to the world. So the World 600 here on Glacier TV. For those of you who are just joining us in the dying moments of the World 600, we got ourselves about 15 minutes left of racing here today. Biggest story of the day is simply being Ray Afana dominating. We've also had drivers really making a name for themselves in this race here today. Some great stories to follow throughout this race. Steve Sheehan, simply put, in that number 35 machine, been overtaking anyone and anything possible and making his life difficult, but he is still going to get the wave around, and he's still going to end up on the lead lap for what will be a 20-lap shootout.
And, you know, we all know that cautions breed cautions. So, should these guys get the wave around, I bet they're feeling pretty good about the fact they're probably going to be another yellow to where they can come in and get some fresh rubber and then really be competitive with the leaders. This is going to be interesting. As I said earlier, it's time to get busy.
Oh yeah, the lights are out on the pace car. We're going to go back to green flag racing, this time by Ray Afana, your race leader. Dylan DeVout in second, Jason Carvelich in third, Michael Conti in fourth, Benjamin Baumeister is in fifth, then Simon Crockett, Chris Overland, Brandon Schmidt, Tyler Hudson, Paul Nicholas Cooper, Armando Vegas, Richard Crozier, Steve Sheehan, Trey Jarrell, and Simon Gilbert round out your top 15. John, this is going to be epic.
Well, I in predicting at least one caution, and then that point, everybody from 9th on back is going to pit with fresh tires, and from there, woo, boys.
Yes, John, I agree. There will be a caution because you have all the lap cars in front of the wave round guys who are fast. So here we go.
Green flag.
Green.
And once again, Afana, he gets that really good jump at the start of the race. Uneven. And they're too wide behind. There you see number 26 machine of Benjamin Baumeister. He is running that high side. He's got the 5 underneath and also close to collecting each other there as they came off of turn number 1. Jason Carvalho is running that low line well there. You see there, Bo Gardner. He's just been pushed a little bit high up there. Oh, so close coming off turn number 3 and 4. Bo Gardner almost into the wall. Repeating what we saw earlier on with King, I believe that was. We've got a couple of drivers still sat down pit lane. But this is really starting to hot up, guys, and it is getting very, very close. You see that? I believe that is a number 22 machine getting a little bit of contact there. And it's certainly sat in the 22nd position. Too wide ahead of him. You've got Carvalho on the outside. You have then got Conti on the inside. However, out front, Gaval is 6 tenths of a second behind Ray Afana, as we're going to have 16 laps to go as they'll come across the line, this time by 384 laps will be scored complete. Afana, your race leader from Deval, Conti, Cavendish and Baumeister. So this is currently the best battle on the racetrack. 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, all separated very closely on the racetrack. Everyone's from Conti in 3rd, all the way down to Overland in 8th. Last time by, was separated by less than 9 tenths of a second. That is showing the intensity of the racing as we are into the dying stages of the Wild 600 here on Glacier TV. Will Winton, Jonathan Goig, Randy Crosline, Yoni Backman, your crew here today. Guys, hotting up, and it's only going to get hotter as we enter this last 10 laps.
Oh yeah, this is getting busy. It's good. It's that great close racing.
So
big slide for Chris Overland off of turn 4.
Very big slide. Keeps it together, but he falls back behind Simon Crookhart, who is doing a good job. He's kind of in the right place at the right time in that number 10 machine. I'll tell you what, who I'm keeping an eye on, Steve Sheehan. 7 seconds currently behind the race leader, but one more caution, he's right back in it. And Schmidt and Baumeister, too wide, down the back straight away. They've been too wide for pretty much this last lap. You see there, the 8 car Schmidt trying to get that low line to work. It's not quite working the way he wants it to though. He's having to concede a position momentarily, at least, to Baumeister in the number 26 machine. The gap between Afana and Ival is up to 1.1 seconds. You see the 8 car there going to the gap. That was literally 1 car width wide. That is the part of the race we are into. Schmidt looking back down to the inside, but it looks like Baumeister has got that outside line. But Schmidt coming down, he's going to make the move anyway, and he doesn't get the opportunity. A couple of these cars are coming down pit lane. They have to top off on fuel by the look of it. Ray Afana driving for JR Motorsports in that Pro Geek car comes across the line. 10 laps to go here in the World 600. Afana has been the name.
Oh, there they go, there they go. Oh, there it is, Will.
There's the big one. Ah, no. And they see that the number 26 machine was involved And that is the sort of wreck that he did not want to happen as they came down the
Well,
front straightaway. The 8 car just a little bit too late, came up and turned him. Bah! That was almost the greatest save I had seen on iRacing, but tough luck there for the 26 machine.
So we're going to have about a 5-lap shootout, no?
looks that way. You can bet those people are going to be pitting. Some are going to pit, some are not. You think Ray's going to stay out?
If I was Ray, I'd stay out now, because he know that people would try and stay out if he came in. So track position for Ray, I think that'd be good enough.
I think everybody's going to do the opposite of what the leader does.
Oh, I hope. Oh, this is going to get good, guys.
Well, I hope our viewers are liking this because, you know, we've had a long race, and it's come down to this. It's come down to just a few laps. So I hope y'all are enjoying this as much as I am.
And guys, what did we say? Is his father? He's no, he stays out. He dummied people down pit lane
Three,
there.
4, 5, 6. Your 7th place car comes in.
So Crocker, he's first driver who's come down pit lane in the number 10 Energizer Target machine.
I want to point out Ray Alfala ran his fastest lap of the race on lap 383, a 28.337.
And you know what this does, guys? This pins Tyler Hudson, Bunton, Wee, Adams, and Lawton 1 lap down. Alright, John, reset it for everyone. We're going to go back to green flag racing with 5 laps left to go. Ray Fowler as your race leader. Take it away!
Well, I don't know what's going to happen here because we got Ray Alfala, Dylan Duval, Michael Connie, Carla V, and Chris Overland, your top 5. Looking back to see these cars that pitted, it would be... I know for a fact... Who pitted? That's the question. Who was the first car off pit road? I think it's going to be Simon Crockart. Your 7th place car has fresh tires. I'd watch him, but then you got Steve Sheehan in P11. Oh, it's going to be fun to watch. Randy,
I don't think he'll have enough time, though. That's the only issue.
5 laps with him driving around the outside. I don't know. You know he's faster than Ray on equal tires. How about with 10-lap fresher tires?
It's got to be close.
Oh, man, you know, if there was 10 laps to go, you know, those guys, they got new tires, oh, yeah, they're golden. But with so few laps left, it's going to be tough. This is going to be fun and interesting. Can't wait to see it.
But if there was 10 laps left to go, they would have all come down pit lane, so that entire argument would have been nullified. This is one of the great things about stock car racing here on iRacing. You never know what is going to happen. This race could have been, you know, 40 miles, and we'd still be in exactly the same situation as we were. But it really always does come down to this. Who can handle the late race pressure? We saw earlier on drivers in the iRacing Indianapolis 500 crack at the last moment after potentially having podium finishes in splits up and down the races. Tonight, will Ray Alfala crack under the pressure? Could Dylan Duval or Michael Conti, Chris Overland spoil the party? Could Steve Sheehan make the impossible happen and get all the way around all of these drivers to try and claim victory? We're going to find out in just over a lap's time. You see, we're going to go back to green flag racing with 5 laps to go in the World 500 presented by, in the World 600 even, presented by Glacier TV from Charlotte Motor Speedway.
You know, well said, Will. But, you know, I believe Ray Alfala stayed out thinking that the guys behind are going to shuffle it up, and it might bring out another yellow, and then he just coasts to victory under a yellow. Unfortunately, I think that's what may happen.
Well, the lights are out atop the pace car. We're going to go green with 5 laps to go. We got Ray Allen first, Dylan Duval, Michael Conti, Jason Carlevy, Chris Overland in 5th. Then we've got Simon Crockhart. He is in 7th place. He is the first car off pit road with fresh tires. And you've got Steve Sheehan starting in P9. He's got 5 laps. What do you think, Randy? You think he's got it?
I think it's going to be a great race in the middle of the pack. And I think Ray Alfalo is going to win, but it's going to be a real dogfight in the middle of the pack. It's going to be fun to watch. I can't wait.
I'll tell you what, though, that just comes to my head. Sheehan is on the inside line. Could he have had better opportunity if he was stuck on the outside line? We are going to find out anyway, Mattoon. We're going to be watching this restart from on board the one and only car that you're going to want to see it from. Steve Sheehan in the number 35 machine there. You see the livery. Oh, beautiful, beautiful car there as he is coming down this Byplus machine. Can he do the impossible? Gain up 8 positions in 5 laps. Green flag in the air. Here we go. 5 laps to go. Sheehan immediately want to move there, and he's got the number 29 machine running him on the outside. He's actually been demoted already to the 10th position. Crozier having a good run into turn number 1, but he's getting a little bit loose himself there. And you see Overland, he's up on the high side there. Over the number 13 machine, he's out of contention. Down into turn number 3, and then you see the
huge run for Sheehan through the middle.
Wow.
Huge run.
Oh my God! Wow. Look at him go, and he could be 3 wide as they come into turn number 1. They're 2 wide ahead of him.
Go.
Will Sheehan try and split them as they come down into the first 2 corners? Oh, you see that?
It's okay. He's underneath them.
Oh, now he's going to have to move himself up to the high side. This is amazing driving from Sheehan, and I cannot believe the fact that we're going to have 3 laps to go at the line. This has been some
run out of time.
Great driving. Wow. The 10 car looking at the inside. Oh,
he's going to split him.
He's going to bump in the 12.
He ran into a wall. That was Dylan Duval.
He ran into him, literally. You see there, Duval currently getting to the high side, and here comes Sheehan up into the 3rd position, but he has not surely got enough time.
I do not think he has enough time, Will.
He doesn't have enough time, but man, that was impressive.
Wow. Oh, he hit
into the wall there. Oh, he saved it though.
Oh my God. Meanwhile, Ayafana is
caution out.
Here he is. Ray Alfalo is going to win the World 600. Guys.
Yeah, Tyler D. Hudson got wrecked in the back.
Could he have done the impossible?
I don't know. Steve Sheehan gets my vote for the most exciting driver of this race. He had, I don't know how many penalties. He came back from laps down. He came back from seconds down. He ran a hell of a race. That was great. But congratulations to Ray Alfalo. Good win, Ray. Nice race. Fun.
That was phenomenal. So let's take a deep breath there. It was Tyler D. Hudson, after having a great, solid, strong race, who unfortunately that has come to an end a little bit too soon for him. He will finish up, I believe, just outside the top 20 if he doesn't get back onto the racetrack. And I believe he has actually retired from the race, so he'll finish outside the top 20. Big shame for him. But on the white flag lap, your race leader, Ray Alfalo, Michael Conti in the 2nd position. Steve Sheehan, after a drive from 9th position on that restart, in 3 laps getting up into 3rd. Simon Crockhart in the number 10 machine getting up into the 4th position. Dylan Duval, we saw him getting a little bit of a bump there as they came down the front straightaway onto the lap before the caution. He will come home in 5th. Jason Cavalin in 6th, Richard Crozier 7th, Armando Vegas in 8th, and Trey Jarrell in 9th, Brandon Schmidt in 10th. Do we even need to ask who our driver of the race is? I mean, we know Alfano's been great.
No, we don't.
Sorry, Sheehan, best drive of the race by a mile. And there you see, you've just seen the replay of the charge with Sheehan. That will go down in NASCAR history as one of the great charging teams, and this sums up how good that Spy Plus car is. They come out of the final corner. Unfortunately, there's no such thing as a green-white checkered finish in NASCAR, whereas it would have been electric.
Oh, man.
Ray Afana is going to win the World 600 here on Glacier TV. Conti in second, Sheehan in third. Great drive there. And you can just see he's waiting. There's the love tap. Great drive by Afana there. He led pretty much all but 30 laps in this race, showing how dominant he was. I'm just having a look at these drivers doing their celebrations, and it's actually kind of funny, that.
That was pretty cool. See, he showed us that he has some drifting skills. I'm impressed. Man, we gotta put his back on.
Yeah. Really, really great driving by all of these drivers. What we're going to do is we're going to run through your final results sheet. This is going to take a while. In the first position, the number one car of Ray Afana after 4 hours, 9 minutes, 6 seconds, .463. Michael Conti in second. Steve Sheehan in the third position. Simon Quickart in fourth. Dylan DeVal in fifth. Jason Carvalage in the sixth spot, of Richard Crozier in seventh, Omega Vegas in eighth, Trey Jarrell in ninth, and Brandon Schmidt rounding out your top 10. Then Paul Nicholas Cooper in 11th, Chris Overland, the last car on the lead lap, in 12th, John Adams in 13th, Chad Lawton in 14th, Brandon Bree in 15th, John Bunton in 16th, Benjamin Baumeister in 17th, Stephen Gilbert 18th, Matthew Largan 19th, Tyler Hudson finishes in the top 20 after being the cause of that final caution which ended the race. Then Logan Cathart in 21st, Brandon Cathley in 22nd, Eddie Smith in 23rd, Paul Clean in 24th, Nick Ottinger rounding out your top 25, and then King, Vincent, Halsey, Doucet and Salma 26 through 30. And then we'll show you the rest of that, which is coming up on your screen right now.
Wow, guys, what a race. Definitely a great green flag run in the middle, followed by a couple of late restarts. Just a great event, long event.
And a true testament to these NASCAR drivers. I mean, really, 600 miles? Get real. Guys, congratulations for all of you that ran in that race. That was awesome to watch. I enjoyed it. Thank you for the entertainment.
And once again, let's say a big shout out to everyone here at Glacier TV. Yanni Backman, Yari Yarman, and Yana Matakayan for all the great work they do. Don't forget, we'll be back for the iRacing Skip Barber Racing School Premier Series from Okayama this Wednesday. Coverage starts at 8 p.m. GMT. We've also this week got various hosted league racing. The Talk Quick Racing Touring Car Championship this Tuesday from Spa-Francorchamps, followed by the Summer Super Cup, the Corvettes and the 4GTs on Saturday. The Afterburn IndyCar Series comes to you next Sunday from Chicagoland Speedway. We've also got the Continental Endurance Sports Car Series as well, which will be Saturday night in the US. Meanwhile, all we have to say is the next time the World Tour events will be with you on Glacier TV will be the Brickyard Special. We'll have the HPDs, the Corvettes, and the 4GTs on Saturday. And then we'll have the Brickyard 400, the NASCAR event. That's in July. Find out all the details tonight on iRacing.com. Meanwhile, from all of us here at Glacier TV, it's been an honor and a privilege until we meet again.